Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Beachide.
Yes.
Member Bienvenue, and Member Mather, if she can hear us. But the motion is approved.
Thank you. Just a question for Assistant City Attorney. I know that we say that applicants have the opportunity to appeal within 15 days of findings of fact and conclusions of law being accepted by this board. We have one here from April. What did we say was the other date? Should it come first? Is it 30 days out, 35 days out from the hearing?
Chair Guida, that is correct. It is if findings of fact and conclusions of law are not approved by the board after 35 days, the 15-day appeal deadline starts running on the 35th day.
Okay.
So it comes out to 50 days, but the beginning of the 15-day period is the 35th day after the hearing at which the project is voted on.
Got it. Thank you. Next up, matters from the public. Anyone in the room wishing to speak, not about a particular project, but in general, please come to the podium. Seeing none, I will ask if there's any members of the public wishing to speak online.
Chair Guida, Stephanie Beninato would like to speak. Stephanie, you may unmute. If you're speaking, we cannot hear you. We show that you're unmuted. Anthony, I'm sorry, Chair Guida, we may want to move matters from the public a little further down the agenda while IT figures out what's going on.
Sure, and yeah, I think it would be good to confirm that not only the Zoom is working, but that this is also being broadcast on YouTube.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Amanda indicates that she can hear us now.
Rita, if it's pleasure of the board, maybe we can start with staff communications and then come back. I just messaged IT.
Thank you, Heather. Let's do that. We'll move on to staff communications and come back to members of the public. Heather?
Yes, thank you. Amanda Romero is going to present.
Hello, Chair Guida, members of the board. I am proud to introduce the Santa Fe Heritage Preservation Awards that are coming up May 9th, and that will be 5:30 to 7 p.m. at San Miguel Church. And up front of you, we have provided you with the preservation nomination. If this is due back by March 5th, next hearing, which will be the 27th, we will provide you with a list of in properties that have already been through the inspection process to help you along with any of your nominations.
Cool. Any questions, board? Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
Anything else from staff?
Remember that there are not just bricks and mortar types of awards, but there's also awards for cultural preservation. And and there might be a group of people or a person you want to recognize. So I would encourage you to submit that to us as a nomination. So, and then as to other communications, Gary?
Chair Guida and members of the board, just an FYI that we'll be getting some information coming in for a project at Seco Madre School and also at Atalaya School. So you will need to form a subcommittee to look over the designs and everything, and then we'll look at it after that.
Will those be presented to the board first before subcommittee?
The code states that they have to be, you'll be working with the board and the architect, so you can look at the design, make sure it's in compliance.
To the subcommittee.
Yeah, to the subcommittee.
Okay, so I'm sorry, forgive me, I don't understand. Usually commonly we have applicants come in and do an informational session to this board, and then sometimes we follow up with a subcommittee. Are we saying that these projects are going to go to subcommittee before coming to the board?
Correct. That's according to the code. Yes.
According to Chair Guida to section 14.5.2 M, there's, and this is for the school projects. It's
Okay,
similar to M on the state alley projects. We've been looking at it quite a bit lately in light of the proposed executive office building. And so these projects relative to school projects are this very similar, and it might not need a formal subcommittee member. We probably will just email these things to our subcommittee to see if there's any comments, and then come as an informational item. It's because of this thorough review of these sort of unique circumstances we have in our code. It's been determined that that's path that should be taken.
and this is the subcommittee only of this board, or are there other members on this subcommittee?
No, at this point, it's a subcommittee only of the board. The language is such that it's just the subcommittee members, Beachside and Bienvenue, and staff. And then it's presented to the board as an information session.
Great, thank you.
And they're both very simple, easy projects that I don't see having any problems with.
Any questions? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Well, just for clarification, so one thing that hasn't happened in the past is coming before the board before the design phase is commenced. Is that going to happen this time? I think that's what's required by both the state statute and our ordinance.
Chair Guida, member Bien, that's correct.
Okay, so that's what's going to come before the committee, before the design. Okay, that's nice to hear. Thank you.
And thank you both for your service. Okay, do we know if we have the IT issues fixed?
I will see, let's me, don't see Stephanie here anymore. But there is a hand raised, so it's a phone number. It might be Stephanie Benenato. You may unmute. This is 505-908-9339. Have their hand raised. I see you unmuted. Can you speak? I'm sorry, we can't hear anything. I would recommend to the board to postpone the matters from the public to the end of the agenda.
Do we need to do do we need to have a motion to do that, or can we postpone?
I think an emotion is required.
Board members, can we have a motion to move matters from the public to the to after new business?
Aguilar Madrano, so moves.
Second,
Beachside seconds.
roll call vote, please.
Member Mather. Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
member Beachside,
Yes.
member Bienvenue.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. And can we just confirm whether member Mather has access? I heard her.
Just checking on that right.
Hey, Anthony, it's me. I can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, we are going to move on. There's no old business, so we're going to move on to new business tonight. Just as a reminder, if to applicants, if you disagree with any of the decisions made at the board today, you have 15 days after the findings of fact and conclusions of law to appeal the board's decision to governing body. If findings of fact and conclusions of law have not been approved by the board within 35 days, after 15 additional days, you may appeal those to governing body. With that, let's begin with case A. And just a question for staff. We have 4 cases here that have been heard by this board before. They were waiting on a city council date, as I understand it, to be for the recommendations of this board on design exceptions to be approved by governing body. We've since had a text amendment take effect. My understanding is that the city attorney's office has determined that these cases now come back to this board. I want to be clear, we're not rehearing these cases. Is that correct?
Member Guida, we have discussing this with the staff. We think it's appropriate for the staff to just stand on a record that has been presented and present to the board the vote that was rendered last time the project was presented, and to ask the board for another vote. It is essentially a de novo vote, meaning you don't have to vote the way you voted last time. You don't have to, you can ask new questions if you have new questions that have come up since then. We do have to ask the public if there's any input, but more or less we do ask the board to recall the elements of the project that were submitted previously.
Sure, and we've read the case reports. Given that these cases have been brought before the public and there has been public comment before, and in the interest of both time tonight and the delays that applicants have incurred on these projects, I'm interested in doing these relatively quickly. Can we, as a board, maybe lay out some ground rules for these cases? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Yeah, I'd really like to expedite this as well. And one thing I don't think is fair in this circumstance is for these cases to come back for us, in essence, on reconsideration in a de novo manner. Several of these, if not all of them, had split votes, and we've already entered findings and conclusions in these cases. And I don't think we should revisit the votes that were taken, because it may not even be the same people voting. The information being presented may be slightly different. It strikes me as just unfair to the applicant and the public to revisit that with an actual vote on the merits. And I did go back and look at the findings and conclusions that were entered, and in all four cases, they say that the exceptions were granted by the board. It did not say that we were recommending that the exceptions be granted by the governing body. And so it seems to me that the easiest course of action that would expedite this would be, and this is the way I would frame a motion, would be that the motion would be to reaffirm the findings of fact and conclusions of law that were previously entered in these four cases, as opposed to a de novo on the merits vote with the current board. And is that acceptable to staff and the city attorney's office?
I don't anticipate that we'll be rewriting the findings of fact and conclusions of law. If you're saying reaffirm the findings of fact and conclusions of law, that's fine. But I think if the vote is consistent with the previous vote that was rendered, then we can reaffirm the findings of fact and conclusions of law.
But that's not what I'm suggesting. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
Well,
Because I don't think it would be fair to anyone that we try to go back and remember why we voted the way we did the first time to come out the same way when we've already voted and we sent it to we thought we were sending it to the governing body, and we entered findings and conclusions. And so it seems to me there should be a procedure where we're not voting again on the merits, but we're voting to reaffirm findings and conclusions that have in fact been approved by the board already in the exact language that's necessary under your current interpretation of the statute and ordinance.
Well, Member Bienvenu, as you correctly pointed out, we may have a different set of members voting, tonight. Also, I don't know that the applicants were guaranteed that if the recommendations were denied, that the governing body wouldn't change the decision. Or for that matter, if this board voted to approve the recommendations under the governing body, that the governing body would just rubber stamp what the H board had decided. Essentially, the governing body would hear the case de novo. They would be advised that the H board either approved or didn't approve, but it would be another vote before the governing body. And I think in light of the fact that the jurisdiction of the Historic District Review Board has changed with the adoption of the resolution, that there needs to be another vote. And that's the opinion of the city attorney's office. And
We're going to vote. No, I agree with that. There's
Uh-huh.
going to be a vote.
I think the problem is that logically, if you go to reaffirm the vote that was taken previously,
Reaffirm the findings that were
Right.
entered and approved by the
reaffirm the
board.
findings of fact and conclusions of law, the findings of fact and conclusions of law would be inconsistent with the H board's vote if the Historic District Review Board changed its decision on these cases. You know, so the findings of fact and conclusions of law would have to be rewritten to reflect the new vote. Right,
They
that's
they
what I'm
don't
saying.
reflect a vote.
Well,
The findings of fact do not include a vote. They just simply say the board is
right.
entering these findings and these conclusions, and it's
Well,
signed.
the findings of fact and conclusions of law reflect either an approval or a denial. Granted, it doesn't indicate how the board voted, and I don't know if it's, you know, material, if the project was approved by a vote of 3-1 the first time, and it's approved by a vote of 4-1 the second time, the findings of fact and conclusions of law don't have to change. But if the project was denied the first time and approved the second time, obviously the findings of fact and conclusions of law would have to be revised to reflect the new decision of the board. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Not really, but
I mean, I don't wanna-
I still intend to make the motion as I indicated, and if it's improper, you can let us know and we'll see if we need to work it out.
I wholeheartedly agree with you, Member Benvenu. I do not think, you know, this has been heard before the public. There has been public comment. We've had presentations. We have voted on these cases and those conclusions of law have been filed. Unless any board members have any objection to the general direction in which Member Benvenu has suggested we handle these cases, I propose that you go forward with your motion. Any members wishing to either contest any of the issues on these cases or imagining that their vote tonight will be different based on their review of the cases that have already been presented here before this body and in findings of fact and conclusions of law? Hearing none, Member Benvenu, I'm going to ask for a motion. Yes, Heather.
Chair Guida, with reference to having the ability for somebody to speak on a case, that was another thing that was discussed by Attorney McSherry. And so we do have to, I don't know if you want to do it all at the same time or what, but we do have to, and we do have a member of the public that is interested in speaking.
We can take public comment on these 4 cases before going to a motion. Anyone in the room wishing to speak on these cases? Yes, please come to the podium and you could be sworn in.
Yes.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Richard Martinez, Martinez Architecture Studio, PO Box 925, Santa Fe. The case that you're going to hear tonight, one of the cases, the first case you're going to hear tonight is mine. And I wanted to say that my office did an analysis of the cases that I brought before the Historic Board in 2023. We had 12 cases, basically 1 a month. We always strive to work within the regulations and not ask for any exceptions. So in only 1 case out of the 12 that we brought to the Historic Board were we forced to act for an exception because we wanted to put an entry portal on a primary facade and over the front door, which happened to be on the primary facade. So the one case with an exception is coming before you tonight. And one of the reasons why exceptions were very difficult last year, as you can recall, all year long, we had this rule. And so I was very happy that we were able to not have exceptions except in 1 case. And so I urge you to approve this and let us go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
I also want to say that a case that I'm going to bring before the board tonight, later tonight, we are also not asking for any exceptions. The lawyer, Frank Rubelot, tried his best to make us answer exceptions on that case where there were none, but he was not successful in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Anyone else in the room wishing to speak on these 4 cases? Heather? Anyone in line?
Hi, I hope you can hear me. This is Stephanie Beninato.
We can hear you very well, Stephanie. Please go ahead.
Okay,
Please
good.
be sworn in.
Do
Yeah.
you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your
First-
name and address for the record.
Sure. Stephanie Beninato, P.O. Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. First of all, I'd like to point out that last meeting you were told there were no cases that included a denial, and it is not on the agenda, which is case 2023-006437, which is 57 Old Santa Fe Trail, the Lucchese sign case. That was decided with 2 disapprovals of exceptions and 1 approval of height exception. It was never heard by the board, by the council, and it is not on your list tonight. So it is in limbo. I am opposed generally to what you're doing tonight. The law, as I read it and I understood it, was that when it was passed, everything after that time would be in your purview to make a final decision on, but anything before that time was a recommendation. There was nothing in that text amendment that said that the board would get back all the cases that were still hanging around waiting for city council to hear them, and now could hear them en masse and recommend and approve them. And I believe that there's a problem with applying law after the fact. I believe there's a due process problem because some people did actually have to go to city council for approval. And I believe there's a denial of what is really a quasi-judicial proceeding. I myself would like the case concerning the white picket fence for the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum reopened for public comment of the 4 cases that I think you're actually considering right now. Thank you. And if you want me to make public comment on that, I probably could do that right now, but I don't know what the procedure is. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Back to the board. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. So just for clarification, I do agree. Public comment is necessary, given the way this case has been noticed, all 4 of these cases. So I have no objection to that. I also I'm not suggesting that we should do anything that's actually directly contrary to the advice of the city attorney on how we should proceed. But I do think that what I'm proposing, I think is consistent with the city attorney's view of our current authority. What I want to do is move, and I'll make the motion in 2023-007-362 HDRB 1150 Cristo Ray, that the board reaffirm and re-enter and approve the findings of fact, conclusions of law that were already previously entered in that case, that found the exception criteria had been met and that the project was thereby approved as submitted. And the reason I want to do it that way rather than re-vote on the merits is, for example, in this case, I think one other member voted against the exceptions being found. I think it's unfair to revisit that at this point in time. That was a decision that we've made, and that's the posture in which it would have gone to the governing body. So I don't think we should have a second bite at that apple and see if we can get the vote to come out differently. And that's my rationale for proceeding the way I would like to proceed.
Thank you, Member Benvenu. Member Aguilar-Medrano.
Thank you, Chair Guida. I do agree with Member Bienvenu about how it's moved forward tonight. The only one in question for me, I guess, would be 135 Grant Avenue. I believe I was absent that night. So I would be completely comfortable reaffirming the board members who did vote that night, reaffirming their decision. But if I'm asked to vote, then I do think I would need to hear that case because I was absent from that night.
Another reason to support reaffirming the previous board votes. Member Benvenu, are you ready to make a motion?
Did make
We're
the
going to do these one by one?
As you please, but I thought we probably need to.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Do we have a
Which I
second?
will second.
Roll call vote, please, Melissa.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
member Beachside,
Yes.
member Bienvenue,
Yes.
member Mather.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
Thank you. We'll move to the next case, 1666.5 Sarah Gorder Road. May I have a motion on this case? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. In case 2023-007360 HDRB 1666.5 Sarah Gordo Road. Again, I would move for the same reasons that the findings of fact and conclusions of law that were previously entered and approved in that case number be reaffirmed and reapproved by this board.
May I have a second, please?
Beachside seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
member Bienvenue,
I think you have to have public comment.
We called for public comment
On
for all
all.
four, so I think
Pardon
we
me.
can continue with our vote. Sorry.
okay, member Mather
Yes.
and member Aguilar Madrano.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Next case, 135 Grant Avenue.
Member Guida, I'm sorry, Acting Chair Guida. I need to have a conference with Heather. Can I ask these proceedings to be stayed for just maybe 3 minutes?
Sure. Yes, Heather.
Acting Chair Guida, we are united in our opinion that the public should be asked to comment on each project individually.
Okay,
I think it is a due process issue because there's a longstanding rule that the public has an interest in historic preservation. And I think we're kind of skipping over an important due process issue not to allow the public to comment on each project.
do we have to go back to the beginning or just this last case?
I think just the last case.
Okay, do we need to, did the vote get accepted? So do we need to withdraw that vote?
We're talking about. Okay, the vote on 1150 Crystal Ray or on?
On 1666.5 Sarah Gorder Road. We had called for public comment and we had public comment on Krista Ray.
Okay, I would call for public comment on 1616.5 Sarah Gorder Road and then recast the vote.
Okay, can I have a motion to withdraw the previous vote on 1660.5 and Sarah Gorder Road?
So moved.
Second, please.
Beachside seconds.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
member Mather,
Yes.
member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
member Beachside.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. I'll call for public comment on case 1660.5 Sarah Gorder Road. Anyone in the room wishing to speak? Anyone online wishing to speak?
No, Chair Guida.
Thank you. We will once again call for a motion in this case. And Member Benvenu, since you've been so eloquent in making these motions, may I ask that you do it again?
Thank you, Chair Guida. Case 2023-007360, HDRB 1666.5, Cerro Gordo Road. I move that the previous findings of fact and conclusions of law that were entered and approved by the board be reaffirmed and reapproved by the board as written, granting the exceptions and approving the project.
Thank you. May I have a second, please?
Beachside seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
and Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Next case, 135 Grant Avenue. May we have public comment? Anyone in the room wishing to speak on this case? Anyone online?
Yes, Chair Guida, Stephanie Benedetto would like to speak.
Yes, Stephanie.
You need to unmute. We can't hear you.
Hey, okay, I think you should be able to hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. There is a Alt A, maybe you can use that or advise people. That's what I just used to unmute myself. Thank you for hearing this. I do think that it's rather evasive to say, well, I didn't really hear the case, but I could vote to recommend what you recommended. I think in that case, maybe this isn't important enough. This 135 grant is important enough to actually hear the facts and allow some discussion. I don't believe that the criteria were met. It is much more space than is actually needed. It's not going to save the tree. The tree needs water, and it's not getting enough water because the water table's dropping there. So it has really nothing to do with this. It's just the dramatic presentation that the O'Keeffe Museum thinks it's making into a very hard surfaced space that will probably have a couple of trees and a lot of built and massive unrelieved space. And I really am unhappy that you were not willing to preserve the picket fence or to have the opening where the opening is right now, something maybe more appropriate. And also when they come in for the walls and the other fences, that you didn't encourage them or require them to put in picket fencing. This is an important structure in downtown, and 17 feet is a lot of fencing to be taken down for a public entrance that doesn't need to be really that big. 10 feet would probably be quite adequate, or 12 feet. 17 is
Thank you, Stephanie.
pretentious. Thank you.
Any others online wishing to speak on this case? Thank you, Heather. May we have a motion from the board on this case? Member Benvenue.
Chair Guida, in case 2023-007411, HDRB 135 Grant Avenue, I move that the findings of fact and conclusions of law previously entered by the board and approved by the board, granting the exceptions and approving the partial demolition, be reaffirmed and readopted by the board.
May I have a second, please?
Beachside seconds.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
Member Mather.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Last one of these cases, 1120 East Alameda. Call for public comment in the room. Anyone wishing to speak on this case? Please come to the podium if you wish to speak about this case. And be sworn in.
Oh, it's on the Alameda case. 1120 East Alameda. 1120. Oh, okay.
Okay. Anyone online wishing to speak on this case?
Chair Guida.
Thank you, Heather. Back to the board for a motion. Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Chair Guida. 2023-007490 HDRB 1120 East Alameda Street. I move that the findings and conclusions previously entered and approved by the board in this case be reaffirmed and re-entered, finding that the exception criteria have been met and the project is approved.
Beachside seconds.
Thank you. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Okay, so all of those cases are now behind us. This brings us to, Member Beachside.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wonder if now that the Zoom is working, if we might just hear matters from the public now rather than requiring members of the public who are interested in speaking to wait until later in the night.
May need a motion
Like-
for that.
I'll move to reintroduce item number 5, matters from the public at this time. Rather
Have
than at the
a
end of the.
second, please.
Aguilar Medrano, second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Member Beachside. We will have matters from the public at this time. Members of the public are invited to come down to the podium if they wish to speak on not a specific case, but anything in general. We'll leave 2 minutes for public comment. Seeing no one in the room wishes to speak, is there anyone online that wishes to speak under matters from the public?
No, yes, Chair Guida, my apologies. Ms. Beninato, you may unmute.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
We can.
So again, I want to bring to your attention that you have not voted on case 2023-006437, which is the Lucchese sign case. That was the second case that came to you. First case, you approved it on a 2-1 vote, but that was when suddenly you couldn't make decisions. You could only make recommendations. Went to the BOA, they gave it a variance for height, based mostly on talking about whether the sign was less non-conforming, which was not the standards they're supposed to use. And then when it came back to the board in March, it was the design, larger sign, larger area was voted against. The height was allowed. That case, I was waiting for it to go to council as of right because 220 Rodriguez Street with the same sort of fact configuration went to council as a matter of right. And when the BOA finally adopted their findings in May, and I was there asking to them to reconsider, I was told that the H board case was never going to be heard. That means that case is in limbo. And again, it seems improper not to hear the case. And I'm bringing it to your attention so that somebody can follow up on that and you can vote to approve it or not. But at least that it gets the same treatment as every other case that you've been having in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Anyone else online wishing to speak?
No, Chair Guida.
Thank you, Heather. We're going to move on to what is currently case F under new business, 826 Camino del Poniente. Lanny, this is your case. Is your applicant in the room?
Yes, he is.
Thank you. Let's hear your staff report.
Good evening, Chair and board members. This is case 2024-007775 HDRB for 826 Camino del Poniente for a remodel. 826 Camino del Poniente is located on the south of the road, just west of the intersection where Acequia Madre, Camino del Montesol, and Camino del Poniente meet. The residence at 826 Camino del Poniente is a single-family residence listed as contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. The structure is a territorial revival style residence and is a simple rectangle. The south was most likely historically an entrance. However, with the enclosure of the porch, the main entrances are now on the north and east. According to the 1991 Historic Building Inventory Form, the structure is believed to be built in the 1930s. However, it first appeared in the city directory in 1951. The 2,037 square foot residence was originally a guest house for the property located at 828 Camino del Poniente and was owned by the author Elizabeth de Huff. There is some evidence that the residence was used as a school sometime prior to 1991. The north and east elevation architecture is simple and unchanged. A garage was constructed on the north and west elevation sometime prior to the 1983 survey, though the date of the construction has not been confirmed. Since the 1991 survey and prior to a withdrawn 2000 case, the screened porch on the south elevation was enclosed. No historic case or permit was found for this enclosure of the porch. On November 14th of 2023, the HDRB did a status review of the property and upgraded the residence to contributing and assigned the north facade, excluding the windows and doors, as the primary facade. Now the applicant proposes the following exterior alterations. On the east elevation, they want to construct a 200 square foot addition to match the existing height of 14 feet 3 inches in the southeastern corner of the residence. It is located 14 feet from the primary facade. The addition will hold French doors with 2 lights and a transom under a portal on the east elevation and a 3/1 window on the south elevation. They are going to construct a 563 square foot 2-car garage addition to a height of 14 feet 3 inches. The garage will have 16-foot wide by 8-foot high carriage styled garage doors. The garage will be separated from the residence by 12 feet. They're going to construct a 120 square foot entry portal to a height of 10 feet 3 inches that will connect the garage to the current entry door of the existing house. The portal floors will be brick. We're going to install exterior lighting at entryways and replace windows with 3/1 double hung wood windows in a colonial white. On the west elevation, they're going to construct a 103 square foot addition at the same height as the existing house in the southwest corner of the residence and 33 feet from our primary facade. No windows or doors will be installed in this addition. They will also replace windows with 3/1 double hung wood windows in colonial white. On the south elevation, they will install a fireplace and a stucco chimney. Replace windows with 3/1 double hung wood windows in colonial white. On the north elevation, they'll replace all the windows with 3/1 double hung wood windows in colonial white. On the roof, they plan to install 7 new skylights, which will not be publicly visible. The skylights will be deluxe flat glass skylights. Around the property, they're going to remove the existing coyote fence along the driveway and entry gate, and L-shaped low wall and coyote fencing to accommodate the garage addition on the north and east of the residence. Construct a 5'4" high stuccoed yard wall running along the west of the driveway that connects to the new garage entry gate at the south of the driveway to the existing coyote fencing along the street to the north. Install a 9-foot high entry wall with pedestrian gate at the northern end of the west side of the garage. The gate will be 3'8" wide by 6'8" tall, plank wood gate with an exposed wood lintel. They'll construct a 5'4" high coyote fence with pedestrian gate near the northeast corner of the new garage and construct a 4-foot high stuccoed yard wall and a 4-foot tall wood plank gate at the southeast corner of the new garage. In the rear of the property, they're going to install an 8x8 hot tub with an 18-inch high wood deck and low stacked moss rock wall at 24 inches at the southwest corner. They'll stucco the house in an L-ray cementitious buckskin. Paint the windows, doors, wood posts, and beams in colonial white and install 2 ground-mounted condensing units for the HVAC system, with one on the west of the property and one on the south. The current contributing structure is 2,037 square feet. Total roofed additions are 1,018. The additions are 49.9% of the original square footage and do not require an exception. The additions are not within 10 feet of the primary facade and do not require an exception. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2D, general design standards for all historic districts, and 14-5.2E, downtown and east side design standards.
Thank you, Lanny, for the very clear report. Any questions from the board? Okay, let's move on to the applicant. Hi, Richard.
Hello.
Anything you'd like to add to staff's presentation?
Yes, several things. Okay, so this house, we tried to do several things, and I'll mention all of them, but not everything that we're doing, but the big moves that we're trying to do, because I think that the presentation was good, but it gets into the weeds a little bit more, and I wanted to make sure that that you understand what the big moves that we were trying to do were. First of all, we're replacing all of the windows with historic proportioned 3/1 double hung wood windows. The windows that are there are ahistoric, as you recall from the status review. The lawyer tried to make us answer exception criteria for this change, even though the current windows were excluded from the primary facade designation. He was only successful in requiring us to have a window report done after the status designation was completed. The report was, I think, unnecessary and only confirmed what you had already determined. But that report is in your packet now, and that report cost our client $1,550. I would like to say so much for trying to keep traditional owners in the historic East Side. When the city demands reports that cost $1,550, they're making sure that only the people who can afford these reports reside on the East Side. We wanted on this house to make a coherent entry sequence from the street to the front door. Right now, the gate to the property is facing the driveway. It's on the side. It's not visible from the street. So in order to do that, we pushed the wall on the side that is on the side of the front door. Are taking the existing coyote fencing and pushing it back and replacing it with a wall so that the front gate can actually face the street. So we have a front gate that actually faces the street, and then behind that, we have an entry portal that faces that gate, in which the front door on the side of the house. Right now, there's no entry portal on the for the entry to the house. So we're trying to make it coherent on where you're going, where the front door is, where you as you go through the house. And so that gate is now facing the front of the property. We also, in the back of the house, have extended the living room to the east. So that we could change the door direction that comes off of the living room into a patio area in the back of the house. This is where the patio area right now is on the southeast corner of the property, and that is the only real exterior space available for the owner to use to put furniture and things like that, because it's the widest area. And so right now, the door from the living room opens not to that space, but actually to the back of the property. And then you have to go along a path into that property. Now we're turning the living room and making doors on the east side of the living room that open directly into that patio area, so that that patio area is more integrated into the interior of the house. We also have created a garage at the front of the house that would be in the style of the rest of the house. So it has brick coping, things like that. And then and I'm trying to make it not just a box, because oftentimes garages are just that, they look like a box. But these doors are deeply recessed within a sort of a portal, a recess in the front of the garage, and they're integrated into the wall that contains the front gate to the house. And so all of that, I think, would present a very handsome facade to the street. We have also, and right now, where the garage is, there is an enclosure with low walls. And so you're looking at a very, I would say, unattractive gate right now, in the place where that garage is. We're not making, it's already a parking area. We're not taking up some of the garden to do that. We also have designed a hot tub that shows on our proposed site plan, that's in a low seat height wooden deck. We're doing that by recessing the hot tub partially into the ground. Those details are also in your packet. That is accessible directly from an expanded master bedroom, master bath extension. So I stand for questions. I just wanted to give some idea of the larger moves that we're doing.
Thank you, Richard. Members of the board, questions for the applicant? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Not really a question, just a comment. I think it's a really, really nice project you put together. The one thing that really is going to impact the streetscape of all the changes you're making is the garage, of course. And I think the detailing and the consistency of the garage with the house, but particularly the way it's set back in, as you called it, almost like a portal, that really that super deep reveal, I think is really going to change things there. And that is not what we normally see on garages. So
yes,
well done.
That sort of move of recessing the garage doors behind some overhang or a portal or something is very historic. The houses that John Galmim did, the houses that were done by Henderson, things like that, they have that same detail.
Thank you. Other members of the board, including Member Mather, who's online. Any questions for the applicant? Member Beachhead.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Just one clarification, the reference to the 9-foot wall that's connecting the garage, that reads more as part of the building. Is that correct? It's attached to the garage and to the house. Is that?
It's attached to the garage. It's not attached to the house because it's part of that yard wall, but it's that high only in that area because there's a gate there.
Right.
And so it's like a yard wall that rises up to have the gate.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have public comment. Anyone in the room wishing to speak on this case, please come down to the podium. Being no one wishing to speak, let's go to online. Anyone, members of the public wishing to speak on this case?
Yes, Chair Guida, Stephanie Beninato would like to speak. IT, can you please allow me to unmute these folks? Need to be a co-host. Here she is.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Stephanie, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. I generally like this project, but unfortunately, the project itself was not displayed online. So all we saw were you sitting there looking at your computers, looking at the project. And I have to say that I really thought that the garage was 12 feet away from the primary facade and that was only connected by a portal, but it looks like it's much more solid than an open portal. And so my feeling of congratulations to the architect is somewhat diminished by the fact that it actually looks like it's part of the structure. I think that's my biggest concern of what I could quickly see when that elevation just went up in the past minute or two. And I would ask IT or whoever to please put up the elevations that are being referenced because people online can't. It's really difficult to go to the portal page and then keep going back and forth between the two. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Anyone else online wishing to speak? Okay, back to the board for discussion and or a motion. Member Aguilar Madrano.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Will make a motion unless anyone wants to open it for discussion. In case number 2024-007775 HDRB at 826 Camino del Poniente, I move to approve the application as submitted.
I may I have a second, please.
Beachside seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. Let's move on to 411 East Alameda. Ramon, this is your case. Ramon, is your applicant in the room or online?
It appears not.
Your applicant is not present?
If there's anybody on Zoom that is of the same group as Tim Curry, can you please raise your hand?
Are you the applicant on this project? I believe that Chair Guida, if we don't have an applicant in or on Zoom, then the case should be postponed.
Okay, we will push this case to the end of the agenda if that's okay. And then we'll come back around to it. If you wouldn't mind making a motion, let's do that.
Beachside moves to post, to move case number 2024-007815 HDRB to the end of the agenda before discussion items due to the absence of the applicant.
Thank you, Member Beach. I may have a second.
Aguilar Madrano seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Mather.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, Lanny, the next case is yours. This is 126 and 128 Camino Santiago. I see your applicant is in the room. Let's have your case report.
This is case 2024-007794 HDRB for demolition. The property at 126 and 128 Camino Santiago was developed as part of the Plaza Del Monte compound in 1966 with a freestanding garage and carport constructed in 1977 to the south or rear of the residence. The freestanding 1977 garage and carport structure to the south is listed as non-contributing to the downtown and East Side Historic District. The carports have a Viga roof system and stucco on frame walls. The garages are fenestrated with sectional wood overhead doors. Plaza Del Monte, or Plaza Del Monte Retirement Center, is approximately 6 acres on an L-shaped bounded by Bishop's Lodge Road and Old Taos Highway. The development has 2 roads, Camino Santiago and Camino Matias. While several structures predate the center, the communal living center was originally developed for retired members of the Presbyterian Church starting in the late 1950s until 1977. The earliest plans by Clark and Register are for the buildings on the eastern portion of the development and were Spanish Pueblo Revival in style. However, when Register took over the project in the 1960s, his designs evolved into a contemporary flat roof structure with the use of canales, viga roof portales, and carport elements. In the mid-1960s, Camino Santiago was extended and development of the western end of the development began. This is when Philip Register chose to eliminate several freestanding houses on the plans and replace them with quad apartments. Once fully developed, the compound consisted of 25 single-family residences and 3 apartment structures. The apartments include the structures at 105, 125, and 126 Camino Santiago. All structures in Plaza Del Monte were assigned statuses under cases H 1798A and H 1919 in 2018 and 2019. In 2018, under case H 1798B, the residence and garage structures at 126 Camino Santiago were requested to be demolished. Due to the contributing status of the residence and a lack of exception criteria, the residence demolition was denied. The garages were approved for demolition, but the owner at the time did not proceed with the demolition. Prior to this, there are no known cases for the property. Now the applicant proposes the following exterior alteration: to demolish the garage and carport structure because the HDRB is interested in what will be constructed in the place of this demolished structure. The proposed site plan here included is in the following cases, but they're remodels. So I provided it here so you guys can see that there's going to be a structure located there in the same footprint. High Desert Structural Engineering issued a report regarding the structure and indicated that the structural stability of the unit is unsatisfactory. The city building official also reviewed the property and indicates that the roofing material is in poor condition and causing structural damage to some of the vigas that are supporting the roof. The applicant did respond to the demolition criteria and staff agrees with the applicant's assessment. And staff recommends approval of the proposed project as the application complies with section 14-3.14G demolition standards of historic or landmark structures. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Lanny. Just to be super clear, this case addresses the demolition of the garage and carport structure. So the entirety of what we're looking at in this photograph.
Correct.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for staff? Okay, can we have the applicant please come forward, be sworn in? And if there's anything that you would like to add to staff's presentation.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Padilla, P.O. Box 22986, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Hi, John.
Good evening. Chair Guida and members of the board. Before you tonight is the request for demolition of the existing garages and carport areas. As you can see from the photos, the garages are in disrepair. The development has been abandoned for numerous years. Therefore, any maintenance on the garages and carports have not been done as well as the rest of the units. 126 that I'll be working with in the next case, you'll see photos of that also. So the request tonight is to be able to move forward with the demolition of the non-contributing structures, which are addressed as 126 Camino Santiago, and we stand for questions.
Board members, questions for the applicant? No, so we'll move to public comment. Anyone in the room wishing to speak on this case? Anyone online? Okay, back to the board for a discussion and or a motion. Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Chair Guida. In case number 2024-007794 HDRB 126 and 128 Camino Santiago, I move that findings be entered that the demolition criteria have been met as set forth in the staff report. Its recommendations, which we would be adopting in the motion, and that demolition is approved.
Thank you. May I have a second, please?
Aguilar Madrano will second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beechide,
Yes.
member Bienvenue,
Yes.
member Mather,
Yes.
member Aguilar Madrano.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Don't go very far. We'll do the next case, 126 Camino Santiago. Lanny?
Just 1 second, please. Okay, this is case 2023-007678 HDRB for 126 Camino Santiago for a remodel. The residence at 126 and 128 Camino Santiago was constructed as part of the Plaza Del Monte compound in 1966 and is listed as contributing to the downtown and east side historic district, with the north elevation listed as the primary facade. It previously was a 2,898 square foot fourplex family residence with laundry room, which has been divided into 2 individual residential structures as part of a subdivision in 2022. The residence, now addressed as 126 Camino Santiago, consists of the structure's 2,085 square feet western end. The residence, now addressed as 128 Camino Santiago, consists of the structure's 2,613 square foot eastern end. The property also has low yard walls constructed of rock that are listed as contributing. Plaza Del Monte is an approximately 6 acres subdivision that is L-shaped and is bounded by Bishop's Lodge Road on the east and Old House Highway on the west. The development has 2 roads, Camino Santiago and Camino Matias. While several structures predate the center, the communal living center was originally developed for retired members of the Presbyterian Church starting in the late 1950s until 1977. The earliest plans by Clerk and Register are for the buildings on the eastern portion of the development and were Spanish Pueblo Revival in style. However, when Philip Register took over the project in the 1960s, his design evolved into a contemporary flat roof structure with the use of canales, viga roof portales, and carport elements. In the mid-1960s, Camino Santiago was extended and development of the western end of the development began. This is when Register chose to eliminate several freestanding houses on the plans and replace them with quad apartments. Once fully developed, the compound consisted of 25 single-family residences and 3 quad apartment structures. The apartments include the structures at 105, 125, and 126 Camino Santiago. For the quad apartment block at 126 and 128 Camino Santiago, the architects removed the room block massing from the ends of the structure that is present in the other 2 unit duplex apartments and moved it to the center to act as a hood over the laundry room. Raised triangular party walls divide the sections and bookend the building, and a viga portal was tacked on to the front facade. The layout is unique to the Plaza Del Monte development. The Plaza Del Monte landscape includes retaining walls constructed of formed concrete or concrete and stone built over several phases dating generally between 1950 and 1973. The walls were constructed to retain earth or to separate building pads. Very few of them rise above the grade, and few lots have above-ground property line walls. These are made of stucco-clad concrete masonry units. The retaining and property line walls appear to post-date the construction of their associated unit. All structures in Plaza Del Monte were assigned statuses under cases H 1798A and H 1919 in 2018 and 19. In 2018, under case H 1798B, the residence and garage structures were requested to be demolished. Due to the contributing structure of the residence and a lack of exception criteria, the residence demolition was denied. The garages were approved for demolition, but the owner at the time did not proceed with the demolition. Prior to this, there are no known cases for the property. Under case 2024-00794 HDRB, the applicant has requested the demolition of the garage and carport. We just heard that case, which you have approved. Thank you. Now the applicant proposes the following exterior alterations. A 1,237 square foot garage carport bunkhouse structure to replace the previously demolished structure on the south of the property. This structure will house a roof deck on the top and exterior stairs with railing on the western end of the north facade. A 2,011 square foot addition to the rear of the residence that will connect the residence to the garage structure. An exception to section 14-5.2 D2D for the 50% footprint rule for the total of 1,448 square feet of additions is requested. There will be demolition of the yard walls to the south of the existing residence, installation of a yard wall and vehicle gate to the western end of the driveway that accesses the garage structure, construction of a yard wall with pedestrian gate on the eastern side of the garage to access the rear courtyard of the residence, and construct a 6-foot yard wall with pilasters along the southern property line. On the west elevation, they will install a door where one does not currently exist to access the courtyard on the western side of the structure. Create a courtyard on the western side of the residence by constructing a 6-foot tall yard wall with pilasters along the western and northern sides of the residence at the private drive and front driveway. Construct an interior yard wall with pedestrian gate to divide the courtyard into 2 courtyards, and construct a yard wall with pedestrian gate that connects the bunkhouse to the residential structure. On the north elevation, they would like to replace corner windows and entrance doors in kind with the existing openings. An exception to section 14-5.2 D5B to remove historic materials is requested. And then they would infill windows and apartment and mechanical access doors. So an exception to section 14-5.2 D5A to alter openings on a primary facade of a contributing building is requested. The south elevation shown here represents the replaced garage carport structure, which will now be connected to the residential structure. The applicant did respond to the exception criteria for the 3 exceptions, section 14-5.2 D2D to exceed 50% of the historic footprint, section 14-5.2 D5B to remove historic materials, and section 14-5.2 D5A to alter openings on a primary facade of a contributing building as required. Because 126 and 128 are a single contributing structure, I've compiled an image of the 2 as planned by the applicant in a single elevation on the south here for you. This is the location of the new garage structures as they will be when completed on both properties. We will be seeing the remodel case for 128 Camino Santiago in another case shortly, but I felt the overall image was important for you to review. This is the north elevation compiled for a complete image when both remodels are complete. Unfortunately, the drawings are of varying sizes, so they don't line up exactly, but this gives the general idea. Staff finds that all exception criteria have been met and recommends approval of the application as it complies with 14-5.2D general design standards for all H districts and 14-5.2E downtown and east side design standards. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Lanny. And thank you for giving us a little preview of the next case. I know the details are different in terms of the layout and stuff like that, but generally the intent is that the other two units will be combined into one, and there's a structure in the place of where the carport is now.
Correct.
Thank you. Questions for Lanny from the board? Either board members in the room or board members online? Member Beachot.
Honey, I don't know if it was in the packet or not, but the yard walls, is there an image that shows the yard walls in elevation?
The yard walls are actually on the 128 Camino Santiago lot. So they're in the next packet, but not on this one.
Oh, sorry. The notice for 126 refers to yard walls at a maximum height of 6 feet. Is that?
Oh, you mean the ones to be built? Yes, they're on the elevations. Let me see if I can go up here. So the third image here on the north elevation shows where those yard walls are.
Right. So that's in front of the primary facade, correct? Okay. Thank you.
Member Aguilar Madrano.
Thank you, Chair Guido. Lanny, just to confirm I have this correct, are all of the historic steel casement windows on the primary facade, which is the north, proposed to be replaced?
Yes. So the ones that are there, there's some corner ones right next to the entry doors. Those are going to be replaced, and then the ones that are being kept are all being replaced.
So all of the historic windows on the primary facade are being replaced.
Right. There are some that are actually being infilled.
Got it. And can you speak to a little bit more why you found the exception criteria for that was met? I saw that the windows report didn't say anything about the windows themselves being damaged beyond repair. I did see that there were some condensation issues. But what were your thoughts on that exception being met?
I don't recall.
Because typically the steel casements we try to keep as long as it's in good condition, and it's the primary facade.
Right, and the windows are actually in really bad shape. I understand that the report said that they were satisfactory, but I understand that they're leaking and they're having some issues with the cranking and that sort of thing.
Thank you, Laney.
May we hear from the applicant? Yes. From John. Yes, from you, John. John, anything to add to Lanny's report?
Yes, I would like to. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Guida and members of the board. It's a little difficult seeing these in pieces. It really is one large unit that we've tried to tie together. The comment that I would like to make is that the owners are longtime Santa Feans. An opportunity to purchase this property after it was divided or subdivided into individual lots. There are 3 properties on the site in Plaza del Monte that are apartment type, multi-units that exist there. Of the 30 lots, there are 3 properties that exist that have a similar design as this one here, where There are 4 units that 126 will combine 2 of them, and 128 will also combine 2 of them into 1 unit. Speaking specifically to 126, that's in front of us right now. Member Aguilar Medrano, all 4 the windows are not all being replaced. There's one that's actually being closed off. It is in your packet. There's a window that is in the master bath that is right behind the water closet. That is a window that is being closed off. The doors, there are 2 doors in that primary facade, members of the board, that are being removed and closed off because of the fact that they were the doors that were the original outside doors that access the mechanical rooms for each one of the units. So in 126, there are 2 doors that were accessing unit 1 and unit 2 of 126. There's also 2 entry doors that were the doors for 126, 1 and 2. So those were in the photo. You see the 2 doors in the middle. Those are the mechanical room doors. And at each end, the east end and the west end, which is unit 1 and 2, those are entry doors. Well, we don't need 2 entry doors to a single family residence. We don't need the 2 mechanical room doors for a single family residence, and the mechanical units are no longer boilers and so forth. So the door on the east, which would be the east entry, that is actually being closed, removed and closed. The 2 mechanical room doors are being removed and closed, and 1 casement window. The other casement windows, we are going in and replacing them in kind. The report shows them as satisfactory. Single pane glass, metal roofs. They've not incurred much damage, but just the over time and age and air infiltration and so forth. For better energy efficiency, what we are wanting to do is to remove those windows, the corner window and the single window that's left, and replace it in kind so that it looks exactly like what we would be removing. Those are the only ones on the main facade, the front facade, primary facade, to address your question from earlier. The intent of the use of the building of the use of the property is to actually utilize the garage that was disconnected before, connected to the main residence, so that it's actually usable by the owner and family and so forth as they are residing in the residence itself. Also the garage, the 2 new garages. One garage directly accesses what could be referred to as an ADU unit. It has an actual garage that it has the ability to access directly into that what we're calling the bunkhouse. The 2-car garage that's part of the plan actually now accesses directly into the main residence. There is a connection between the existing residence and the garage. That total square footage that we are adding to the footprint is 622 square feet on the south side of the building, not in the primary facade. But it provides us the ability to connect the garage structures to the main residence, as well as expanding the needs and meeting the needs of the owner as we redevelop this as their primary residence. The idea was to create the new residence to fit into the single family style that exists in the development itself, so that it becomes a single family residence, providing a courtyard area with that in essence why we introduced the yard walls, to provide the privacy, the identifying it as a single family residence, and therefore making it more functional for the owners of this property. So, I mean, it's an attempt to really take this property, as you see in the photographs, that has been kind of just neglected over the years, and really taking it and enhancing it. This is the first development or the redevelopment of the residences in this 30-lot subdivision that I'm sure will continue to come to you over the years as owners come in, purchase, and want to do renovations and upgrades to the residences. So with that, this is the first attempt. This is the first residence in the development that is coming before you. And we'd like to present that to you and hope for a good outcome this evening. And I stand for questions.
Board members, questions for Mr. Padilla? Member Beachhead.
Thank you. I have one question about the primary facade. On the elevation, the proposed elevation, I think there's there's these existing tall dividers that are remaining. And there's one little, it looks like a dividing wall, maybe in the middle image to the left of center, behind one of the posts. Can you describe what that is, please?
So going from left to right, we have two Viga posts.
Yes.
Orbles,
Mhm.
and then there's a wall there.
Exactly.
Section of the wall that connects to the residence itself. So the view has that. If we go to the plan, Lanny.
Is that the end of the yard wall? Got it.
That is the end of the yard wall that meets the residence.
And it connects to the primary facade there?
See it, you can see it in the bottom, bottom image, that comes in right there. The development has been, right now it's open. It's a cul-de-sac there. As you probably saw today on your visit, they're actually creating driveways. They'll put in curb and gutters. Our side will have curb and gutter and driveways coming into that parcel. The sidewalk and curb and gutter will be on the, what would that be? The west side of the street. So that is the wall that does separate what would be kind of a public area from the private area of the entry to the residence. So yes, it is a wall that connects to the primary facade.
Right, and maybe this is a question for staff. Is that covered by the exception criteria as an addition to the primary?
It does not actually connect to the building. So it's not covered by that.
Okay, thank you. And then while we're on the topic of your yard walls and driveways, I'll just offer for the board's consideration that what we're looking at is one portion of a very large former compound. Yard walls were not, as Lani mentioned in her report, were not part of that design, and I believe that the orientation of the residences there and the landscaping was very intentional to connect those buildings. I think the addition of yard walls in association with any of the properties would be antithetical to what was originally, what the original intent of this property was as a compound. And I think, as we all know, we have very little ability to protect compounds because there hasn't been a status of compounds. But this is one that is very largely intact, although amidst a more contemporary example of that. But I think we should be aware of the changes that we're making and how that will affect the overall neighborhood streetscape in this case.
Thank you, Member Beachhead. And as I understand it, now that the Plaza Del Monte subdivision has been subdivided, there are no HOA, no overall design standards other than the district standards. Is that correct?
Chair Guida, there are there is a homeowners association and there are CC&Rs. There are restricted covenants for that.
Okay. Do they amount to design guidelines?
They do speak to design. However, the governing fact will always be approval by the H board. everything from, the procedurally, so we're the test on this subdivision. One of the requirements is that we have this approved first before we go to the HOA for review and approval. So issues that there are design standards, there are architectural standards. I've seen them. Nothing that really conflicts with our historic standards or historic district standards, but it was an attempt to have the association in place so that it maintains, the integrity of the subdivision now as opposed to the compound. We are, as I said, and I'll say it again, we are the first in. So, I mean, this is an opportunity to express concerns that you may have that I'm sure will be relayed. I can tell you, rest assured, they will be relayed to the homeowners association and the owners of the subdivision. And so.
Got it.
With it right now.
Thank you, John. Any other members of the board wishing to comment? Yes, Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. So I was not on the board when this came before you previously, but I've heard discussions about it, and I feel at a bit of a loss to make a decision on this case because we're looking at it here in the application and from the site visit today, somewhat in isolation. And I have general thoughts about that, but I don't have a very good sense as to how I would evaluate this case in the context of this compound, which seems important, especially since it's so intact. And compounds, as Member Beachside said, are interesting for us because the ordinance actually speaks to them and wants to preserve them and their character-defining characteristics. However, it also speaks of a register that's supposed to be developed for compounds, which has never happened. So, but I think the spirit of the ordinance is clear that just as we take streetscapes into consideration, in the case of a compound, we would need to take the entire compound into consideration. So I don't know where this leads me other than I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable making a decision tonight based on the fact that we're considering it in isolation, and especially since candidly and rightfully, the applicant is indicating that this could be a precedent-setting decision for the rest of the properties in the compound. So those are just some general concerns I have at this moment.
So Chair Guida, if I might.
Yes.
And Member Benvenu, this is no longer a compound. This has officially and been approved by the governing body, the Planning Commission, as a subdivision. So they are individual lots. It's gated, it's a gated subdivision. It's individual lots that are owned by multitude of individuals. It's no longer a family or a family compound. It's no longer the Presbyterian church that had their retirees there, retired staff, et cetera. It is as any other subdivision within the historic district. Or any subdivision within the city. They are individual lots that should be considered as individual, understanding that we'll take the streetscape into mind. And with this one, it's basically a undeveloped streetscape. We are setting a tone, and I feel a quality tone for how the rest of the subdivision could develop, especially the other two larger units that are in the property that are multiple units or apartments that can develop into individual residences. They've all been divided into 2 units. So 4 units divided into 2 separate lots. So it is truly a subdivision. And I strongly feel that as you deliberate and as you consider a decision, it should be considered as a subdivision, not a compound.
Thank you. Heather.
Thank you, Chair Guida. I think that when we look at something that is comparable, something that is developed pretty much in a very, by one entity. And you think of the Nino Terra Warren compound, which is the Plaza Chamisal. It is a similar thing, although a more modern type of situation. So in the case of Plaza Chamisal, the units are owned individually as well. So even though there's many property owners, it's still considered a compound.
Thank you, Heather. And I think this is the right conversation to have, given, and as the applicant has pointed out, that this is the first one, and I kind of understand this to be an opportunity, both for the board's comments and for what might come next here. I think just a couple thoughts about the statusing of these buildings when the board did this. I'm trying to fully remember. It was a long time ago, but it's not a historic compound in the sense of family compounds that developed on the historic east side and being Adobe and all that. This is autocentric. It was planned around cars. It was designed after the 1957 ordinance took effect. It's a very interesting and unique take in many cases on Santa Fe style through a mid-century lens. We have a lot of the features of parapets and portals, but interpreted through a kind of very distinctly 1960s and into the 1970s lens. And that's really something that I know we talked a lot about when we statused these buildings individually, but not as a compound. That said, there is an absence of a designation as a compound. So we called out specific features on the houses. We called out their association with important architects here in town, Clark and Register notably, and we noted their unique take on Santa Fe style from this mid-century lens. Those are all things that we kind of talked about each time we statused a house. I think, while we can't point to character defining elements in the landscape or necessarily in the planning and that might have been found in a compound designation, I think we can, in looking at these project proposals, evaluate their harmony with the buildings that we statused according to the rationale that we statused those buildings with. And so, and in that way, make recommendations, actually forward-thinking recommendations. So, this case, we're looking at one side of the fourplex, but we're going to look at the other side next. So we're already forward-thinking in reviewing this single case. But I would say decisions and approvals, perhaps, that this board makes would have consequences down the line. And so I don't want to put all that weight on your project, John, but I think that's an important thing that we can do for the benefit of this community of statused houses. That said, I think, and again, I'm not voting or making motions tonight, but one of the things that occurs to me, John, about the design presented tonight, I'm less concerned about what I see as relatively minor details of alterations to the primary facade. I think the overall, even with the closed utility room doors and the second unit door on each side, I think it's a relatively minor change. I think that the appearance of the four units remains, the portal, the kind of overall articulation. I think all of that is preserved in what you've presented. I think my larger concerns are about the sensitivity of the new pieces and ways in which they might not be as sympathetic as they could be to the original building and to what we see, because there are yard walls or at least small retaining walls in some places throughout that complex. And I would say, just to kind of rattle off a list, one of the things for me is that the building's massing as distinct from the garage volume behind it is kind of lost at the west end of this. And, through detailing could be still be physically connected, but visually it could suggest a break. The uninterrupted mass of the two garage bunkhouse structures, to me, is a missed opportunity. That original carport and garage building had a kind of rhythm and geometric order to it that was similar to the fourplex. Again, it wasn't a status building, but it's something to me that could make particularly that south elevation a lot more artful, and a lot more sympathetic to the status building that it's a part of. That there may be a way of reintroducing, if not literally the kind of dividing walls, but like some kind of idea of that geometric regularity in that south facade. The place where, and just two other points, those end walls, I think the openings in the end wall, particularly the west elevation of this unit that we're looking at tonight, again, the design intent of those walls was to create divisions between units, right? And they ran all the way through out into the yard. It was meant to be a solid wall, and I'm not saying that an opening can't happen in that wall, but I think it wants to acknowledge the fact that that wall wants to be very solid. And, and so I think the size of and articulation of those openings in the end walls matters a bit. And then I would say lastly, and perhaps most importantly, is the feature that most pedestrians and drivers will see first, which is the yard walls that exist or that are proposed in front of the residences. Again, their design, it's something that we might happily say, this is great for, any house on the east side. It's traditional, it has a pilaster and then a solid wall section. I'm wondering if there aren't other clues in the landscape at this unit, but also in the development as a whole, that might support a curved wall, a curved yard wall. I think, some of the landscape features and some of the previous yard walls were kind of straight lined with a radiused edge. The pilasters look a little stuffy for a mid 60s and don't seem to really go very well. And that's the one where I really clashes the most for me. And so differentiating it in that way, making it sympathetic in that way might be a way forward. I think being careful where it touches the building is also another consideration. It may not need to be solid the whole way through, but a kind of a curvilinear approach might be a little bit more appropriate, I think, in this case. I want to make sure we're hearing from all the board members. Member Mather, do you have any comments? Okay, and with that, we'll take it to, Heather, yes.
Thank you, Chair Guida. One of the things I just realized that was not included in the packet was the historic resources report that was done back in 2018 that has lots of photographs and a listing of who designed what. Philippe Register designed this one particular building. So just as a point of information, as you proceed through your decision, I certainly can email it to you, but I'm not sure you'll have the chance to review it.
Thank you, Heather. That would be great to see. Anyone from Member Beachhead? Yes.
All right, thank you. Just one more comment. I have some concerns about the roof deck as well. I believe you've just used a large parapet to conceal that. But I believe that is a element that's not reflected elsewhere in the compound or in the surrounding residences. Maybe you can talk to us a little bit more about the design for the roof deck.
On the west elevation, Chair Guida, Member Beachside, the west elevation, the roof deck, the height there is the allowable height that is driven from the front, or excuse me, the end wall, and very consistent in Philippe's architect register's design, the separating walls, the large walls, that's the maximum height. Our balcony area or upper roof area matches that height. It comes across. So the actual floor is below that level. So it's 36 inches to 42 inches below that. We haven't set that final dimension yet, but it will not be anything that is above the allowable height. What you see there, and it's unfortunate in two-dimensional, you see it's right in your face. You see it. You don't really see it with the depth that it actually has, because it does come out a significant dimension ahead of the yard wall. It comes out ahead of the west end wall and so forth. So it's not as prominent or in line as you see it in this elevation, but the parapet roof of the garage is the same height as the end wall of the unit, the west wall. And our deck actually sits below that line, about 36 inches to 42 inches below that.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Members of the public, anyone in the room wishing to speak on this case?
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Eddy. My address is number 14 Avenida Campo Verde, Santa Fe. Thank you.
Good evening, John.
Good evening. I really appreciate the observations you folks are coming up with here. Very much appreciate them. Some of you may or may not have been here during all the deliberations over the protection of this piece of property years ago. And many of us in the community were very, very strongly in support of maintaining the unique character of this development as it was brought forward by Philippe Register. It's a very unique kind of gem in Santa Fe, being so close to the plaza, certainly. Excuse me. I do think that the wall presents a problem, primarily because it very strongly obscures a primary facade. And it's I hate to use the word obstructive, but it's very obstructive to that facade. I am pretty familiar with this area, and I think that most of the walls, if they do exist in this area, in this well, we won't call it a compound, are for the purposes of retaining. And they're vernacular stone walls with really beautiful stonework. Perhaps if a statement needs to be made here with some type of a wall, maybe that could be made with similar materials that you would find in the rest of this development. But I would agree with what has been stated by you folks, that this wall really does not partake of the original character of the development and is an extreme departure, and it sets a precedent. Now, I know times change, and the community this was created for was a very integrated personal community of people that worked together and had history together. Those days are gone, but I think the flavor of this community can be maintained and upheld by continuing to curate the original character as much as possible. Perhaps lowering this wall and making it stone would be an option to give them a sense of protection or privacy, because I know that's what they're after. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Anyone else in the room wishing to speak? We'll kick it over to anyone online wishing to speak.
Yes, Chair Guida, Stephanie Benenato. You may-
Yes, Stephanie.
Good evening, Stephanie Benenato. Excuse me. I agree and appreciate your discussion. And I agree with many of the comments that this is important in that it is the first of a number of units that you will be looking at. And there was a lot of time and effort made to designate contributing structures and primary facades. And I just ask that you are rather strict about allowing changes to primary facades. I can understand not needing like a second mechanical door, but does a new wall have to touch or just be an inch or two away from a primary facade? I think the walls itself indicate that what we're going to see is instead of an actual community, and I don't know that it matters if you buy into this place, it has been a community and it's going to be maybe perhaps gated, but a little bit more open within the community. And so you're going to be, oh my gosh, actually seeing people and interacting perhaps. And so lower walls, things like that, that are already there, that were part of the community, I think are really important in maintaining that community, that streetscape that was there. Because again, it was a streetscape of open community. And if people start walling themselves in, and even, I mean, the size addition is, alarming in terms of like the modest homes that were there and what is going to be replacing them. But more importantly, I think the openness of the structures and their integration with each other is really something that I hope the board will strongly look at and protect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephanie. Anyone else online wishing to speak?
No, Chair Guida.
Thank you, Heather. Back to the board for further discussion and or a motion. Yes, Member Beachhead.
Thank you, Chair Guida. I'll make a motion. I guess maybe I'll just preface it with a few comments. I think I appreciate the other board members' comments because I think that will inform. My motion will be to postpone this case for a redesign. So I hope that you will hear the comments and take those to heart. Should the board support that motion? I think just in general, the unique layout of this property with respect to its surrounding properties is important. It's important to the community. It's important to the people that have a history there, and it's important to our history and is worthy of preservation. So I think there's quite a few people in our community who feel quite strongly about this property, and I want to make sure that their voices are heard with respect to any future development. While the original inhabitants of this compound are no longer there, in our previous status hearings on this property, there was a huge number of people who came forward to see how special this was to them, and in particular, it has to do with the design of the buildings and the relation to each other. So I think in summary, like the comments we've heard tonight, the yard walls are problematic for this project. They need to be significantly lower and not block the primary facade. We need to be able to see that primary facade. I think the north facade is extremely important as it's designated as primary, but also the south facade that mimics that, and the member Guida's comments about sort of paying some sort of homage to the geometric regularity of those walls in the back would be desirable. I think that the building massing in general, the 49% I know is within the strict confines of the code, but that seems in my mind to be pushing it quite a bit. And if we were to allow that kind of dramatic increase in size, I think it needs to be done in a more sensitive way that acknowledges that what's being the space you're filling that was previously occupied by the carport and garages is not reestablished with an extension to the existing building. I think that when we look at a demolition, we're looking for the streetscape to reestablish. It's changed quite significantly with this proposal. And So I think with those comments, unless other board members have some, I'll make a motion.
Yes, please.
Thank you. In case. I'm sorry.
Jennifer, in this case, the overall square footage being added is more than 50%. The 49% was a previous case.
Thank you.
Wanted to clarify.
All right. Thank you, Lanny. It does run together sometimes. So yeah, definitely. That's an exception. I see that. Yeah. Appreciate that clarification. And can I make a motion for the two properties together? Since
I would suggest that since we've been hearing public comment, particularly on each case, that we make this separate, we would probably move through them pretty quickly.
in case number 2023-007678 HDRB at 126 Camino Santiago, I move to postpone the case for redesign, taking into account the comments from the board and members of the public tonight.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Beachide.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Let's have Lanny present the next case. I think we've heard most of the issues, so maybe Lanny, you can kind of skip to the issues that are different on this case. And then we could hear quickly from the applicant, have public comment, and maybe a motion after that.
Let's see if I can do that. So this is case 2023-7680 for for the remodel at 128 Camino Santiago. I'm going to kind of skip all of the background portion of the staff report since we just went through all of that. But this is the portion of the building that we're actually in reference to. Some pictures for you to look at while I figure out where we're at. Okay, so our redesign on this side, I can kind of go through this portion of the staff report. We talk about the south elevation where 1,391 square foot garage storage structure is to replace the previously demolished structure on the south of the property, a 949 square foot addition to the rear of the residence that will connect the residence to the garage structure. There is an exception to section 14-5.2 D2D for 50% footprint rule for the total of 2,340 square foot of additions is requested. Constructing a 200 square foot freestanding carport to the east and south of the garage structure and demolish the yard walls to the south of the existing residence. Skipped through those photos, by the way. Those these are the yard walls that are on the property that Jennifer had asked about. Sorry, Member Beachide. I'm a little informal, I apologize. They would like to install a yard wall to the east to connect the garage structure to the residence and create a courtyard, construct a yard wall along the eastern side of the garage to connect to the western corner of the carport, and construct a 6-foot yard wall with pilasters at the southern property line. On the east elevation, they install a window where one does not currently exist in the eastern elevation of the structure. On the north elevation, replace the corner windows and entrance door in kind with the existing openings, an exception to 14-5.2 D5B to remove historic material is requested. Infill windows and apartment and mechanical access doors an exception to section 14-5.2 D5A to alter openings on a primary facade of a contributing structure is requested. Construct a 6-foot tall yard wall with pilasters along the northern property line and along the front driveway. South elevation with the new garages. East facade currently has no fenestrations. The request is to add a window to let light into the residence on this eastern elevation. And again, the changes to the front facade with the infilled windows and doors and replacement of some other windows. And the applicant did respond to the exception criteria for the 3 exceptions. And this is the overall image again. And staff found that all the exception criteria were met and recommended approval of the application as it complies with 14-5.2 D general design standards for all H districts and 14-5.2 E for downtown and east side design standards.
Thank you, Lanny. Any questions for Lanny from the board? John, would you come back up and let us know if there's anything that Lanny didn't cover, or if you have any questions about this or the previous case for the board?
So the one, Chair Guida, members of the board, we are postponed. Are we postponed to a specific date? Or is it just postponement until we're ready to come back with the revised update? More, I guess, question for Heather.
Guida, the postponement will be until you're ready. If you were to postpone it to the next meeting, you would have to have your packet in already. So it just, you can request a specific date, but certainly the work is on you.
So in the previous case, to be able to be heard on the 27th, that ship has sailed, that deadline is passed.
That is correct.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Anything to add, John?
Mr. Chair, and members of the board, the approach is the same for 128. Whole idea of the primary facade, the idea of setting up in the photos, you can see the properties are just wide open. The owners are very concerned with with security, the idea of the property just being open and individuals, especially the time it's going to take to fully build the remodel or have people come into the development. They're concerned about security. One of the reasons why we wanted the walls, one of the reasons why we introduced the walls on 128 and 126 is to ensure that there is some security, that they felt safe. That is the reason we did that. The idea of changing the style of the wall, open to that completely, understand that. The idea of the look of the south elevation to appear or to reflect the pattern or the rhythm that was set up by a garage and then open bays of carport. I'm not quite understanding what we want to express there and how we want that rhythm, that pattern to be similar in what we are proposing. So I'd like some clarity on that, if we might. In reference to the wall, that's also something that it would be beneficial to have some feedback from you as to what you're thinking. I mean, are we talking a 2-foot wall? Are we talking a 4-foot wall, or a 6-foot acceptable? And maybe, as Chair Guida had mentioned, a more organic type wall. That's a possibility. So to stand before you and try to, go through it. One of the questions and go through it and re-explain or explain again what we're proposing, similar to what we did on 126. A little bit of confusion that I have is that the statements of the amount of square footage that we are adding to the structures. The structures the additional square footage is limited just between the space between the south facade of the existing residence and what was the north facade of the garage. It was that walkway, that connection space between the two. In 126, I mentioned it was 622 square feet that we were adding. In this one, we are adding 996 square feet. Small areas, large in some respect, but they are small areas where we're actually creating that connection between the primary residence and the garage, which we have now garages, that we're making that connection to be able to not have to walk out in the rain, walk out in the snow. These were apartments. We've all lived in apartments. You park your car and, you know, you schlep your things into your apartment, and whether it's snow, rain, wind, sun, et cetera, you experience that. These are their residences. They want to be able to have that connection from the garage directly into the house, as we all try to benefit from in any of our residents that we live in now. So with that, I guess I'll stand for questions. I'm sure they'll be very similar to what we heard in 126, the previous case, but I'd really like some direction. And I know that we'll be working with staff as we come forward to present 126 back for your review. So at that point, I'll stand for questions now.
Thank you, John. And I agree that for your benefit and for the benefit of staff, we should be as clear as possible with the direction on these projects. If I may, I could.
Mr. Chair, I mean, Chair Guida, if I might, I mean, I'm not looking for direction so much as to what did you mean by, you know.
Yes, clarity. Sorry.
Clarity. Thank you.
Yes.
Clarity more than direction.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't expect you to design while you're sitting on the dais there. That's my job, but it'd be nice to have some clarity as to what you are expecting, so that when we do come back to you, we get a favorable response from you.
For the issues that I specifically addressed, I think, you know, the paramount issue was the design approach to the yard walls, and other board members have commented on materials. And I think that probably differentiating the material, configuring the yard walls in such a way that that doesn't directly touch a primary facade, perhaps is a little bit less foreboding in terms of, you know, so much wall along the streetscape. That could be mixing in some transparency. That might be a way to do that. And then I think other board members have talked about the overall height of the wall, if that can be addressed in places, you know, that may be front versus, you know, back may be able to be taller than the front. We have, you know, of course, there are allowable limits to that, but I think a primary concern of the board, at least as I have heard it, has been the kind of presence of those walls and how they potentially could diminish the visibility of that primary facade and of the historic resource. So that's one main issue. As to the other issues that I talked about, I think just the visual separation between the mass of the original fourplex and the garage bunkhouse addition or reconstruction in the back. And that could be done with a change of plane or some other differentiation between the original structure, articulation between the original structure and that new building. And then I guess lastly, the south facade, yeah, I don't think the intent is to create open bays or, you know, the exact reproduction of the facade, but I would say that the character of what's been presented tonight in the garage elevations and them being a kind of typical Santa Fe continuous parapet all the way around, in how those openings are distributed doesn't really relate to the fourplex or the kind of logic that was there. And I think that the composition of that south facade really matters. And one way to do it might be some of that regularity that was present in the garage, but there may be other ways to create a south elevation or a massing of that south building that's more consistent or more sympathetic to the original fourplex. I don't want to hog the floor, but if other board members want to speak on this additional case or to further clarify previous comments, please do. Member Beachhead.
Hey, Chair Kuda, yeah, thank you very much for elaborating on that. I appreciate the assistance of an architect on the board. And I just would like to emphasize that I agree. I was not trying to suggest that you need to separate your buildings. But the idea of some separation, I think is important. You know, we previously could see, we currently can see the south facade through the carports, like that idea, in a design, maybe with reference to some of the angularity of the building would be, just something reminiscent of what's there would be, preferable to just a solid block of garage bays.
Other members of the board wishing to speak before we take it to public comment? Anyone in the room wishing to speak? Anyone online wishing to speak? Members of the public?
Yes, Chair Guida, Stephanie Benato. Stephanie, you may unmute.
Yes, thank you. I just want to again thank you for being thoughtful about this and also in looking at both of these units as a whole, because they are in fact still attached. And I'm just not really sure if you are going to live there, why you need two connections to the house from your garages, but maybe it's just for symmetry. I'm not sure. But I would have other comments. I would hope that some of the windows on the primary facade are going to be replaced in kind, and things like that, and that there really needs to be a necessity for blocking up a window on that primary facade. And again, I appreciate you asking for a redesign. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Anyone else online wishing to speak? Thank you, Heather. Back to the board for a motion, perhaps.
I'll make a motion. Thank you. In case number 2023-007680 HDRB at 128 Camino Santiago, I move to postpone this case for redesign, similar to the previous case with similar considerations as raised by the board.
Thank you. Can we have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano,
Yes.
Member Beachhead,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Next, yes.
Thank you, Chair Guida. For the applicant, if there's any possibility of having 3D renderings in the revised application, I would find that very.
Okay. We still have 3, perhaps 4 cases to get through. Next case is Ramon's. This is 650A Old Santa Fe Trail. Ramon, is your applicant present for this case?
Chair Guidi, yes, he is.
Sorry, I'm having a technical issue here.
We'll be patient.
Chair Guida and members of the board, this is case 2024-00773 HDRB for an addition with an exceptions at 650A Old Santa Fe Trail. The addition would be onto the contributing shed that is shown here in blue. The site is bisected by two different historic districts. It straddles the Don Gaspar area historic district where the shed is, and the downtown east side, which is where the front building is. Front building. We'll take a look at the main residence in just a second. This is the existing and proposed site plan. The existing plan is above and the proposed is below. The existing floor plan is on the upper right, the proposed first floor plan on the lower right, and the proposed second floor plan on the lower left. This is the contributing shed, and the east elevation is primary. It's in the upper left-hand corner. This is a rendering given to us by the client, giving context to the site. The main residence is a non-contributing and was constructed about 1990, even though it kind of has a historic look to it. You can see the proposed renovation to the shed in the back. The elevations to the proposed renovation to the shed. It would be an additional dwelling unit. The material palette selections, which the client himself can go over a little bit more in depth. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application applies with section 14-5.2D, general design standards for all historic districts, and 14-5.2E, downtown and east side design standards. Oh, I'm sorry, that's 14-5.2H for Don Gaspar area historic design standards. The client did supply criteria responses to the exceptions that are being asked for, and staff feels that those met the criteria. With that, I could take any questions.
Thank you, Ramon. Board members, any questions for Ramon? Let's move on to the applicant, please. Please come down and be sworn in.
I do swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Brown, 650A Old Santa Fe Trail. So, thank you, Ramon, for all your help. Thanks to the board for your consideration. I just wanted to give you a quick, you've seen the imagery background. We can talk about anything. Happy to hear your feedback. I'm looking to provide a great project to the community. But I wanted to give you our goals in general, just so you could have a little background on what our approach was. Obviously, initially we wanted to do a nice adaptive reuse of a historic contributing structure that is currently falling down in my backyard. So we thought that would be a great improvement. We wanted to create an additional dwelling unit for the neighborhood. We live in a very walkable historic core and a great opportunity to create maybe a smaller affordable unit within the community, which meets the goals of the city. And then we really wanted to create some defensible space for our family on the property and maybe better define the arrival sequence for visitors coming to the property as it is right now. For those of you that may have seen the site, you're kind of welcome to come 40 feet into the property to the side yard, to the side door, which is adjacent to our bedroom and bathroom. So when the FedEx guy comes and my wife is getting ready for work, it's startling. So we're proposing to make some changes to the site to the fences that you've seen in the package, if you've gone through them, but we can go through those too, in detail. So that's the basic goals of the project, and I'd love to hear your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Board members, any questions for the applicant? Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. So I don't know if this is for you or for staff, but I'm torn about this project. First of all, I think the front of the property, you're doing everything wonderfully, no doubt about it. My only concerns are about the shed in the back, and I know that you've worked very hard, I can tell, to try to meet all of the needs that you have here and still work within the historic ordinance, and that's very much appreciated. But I guess my two big issues on it are the height, of course, because it does, it's when you're on the property, it's quite a small vertical shaft almost that would be being proposed for that location. And it's surrounded by fairly low one-story buildings in that area.
Yeah.
So it does strike me that it's out of scale with that particular neighborhood, which of course is confirmed by the height calculations that staff has done. And my second concern is really just more of being stuck with the way our ordinance is written, which is we are not to approve any project that would cause a status downgrade. And I personally find it somewhat hard to imagine that this would still be a contributing, the small contributing structure that you're starting with would still be a contributing structure after this renovation. Just because it would be altered so dramatically in terms of its historic integrity. It's not that it's a bad looking project. It just, to me, it would no longer really, that remnant of what was there before would no longer particularly contribute to the district or the streetscape. But in looking at it, I have to also say, I'm not sure whether it's appropriately designated as contributing in the first instance, because it's a very decrepit, small structure that has had quite significant alterations done to it, that you're now removing, but nonetheless, they have been there for quite some time. And I think that the historic integrity of what was originally there in the 1912s or whenever it was built was severely compromised by those additions. And I just think it's unfortunate that you've been kind of stuck, probably feeling like the only way you can get additional square footage, given the contributing status and the primary facade designation, is to go up in the back, because you do have some other property around that building. And I'm wondering if you would have considered making that a more livable second unit, without having to go up that second floor and need a height exception if you weren't stuck with this primary facade designation.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. I think the designating the east facade as the contributing facade, given that it's in the Don Gaspar district, which is everything to the west of that facade, the building is not visible from anywhere within the district, so it's hard to understand why it's contributing. But I do like the building after 2 years of living with this thing, and I've kind of become attached to this little box. And I think that what I was intending to do, and we of course studied single story additions. We thought about just doing addition on the front building because then we wouldn't have to deal with this whole rigmarole. But I don't know if it's just because I've been living with the design and the multiple iterations, but I actually think that we came to a design, although it does have a little bit of a wedding cake-ish vibe to it. The setback in the second story balcony was really intended to celebrate the original footprint. So we aren't actually over top of the original building. Its footprint is still there, and I think celebrated. I think that the addition sort of gracefully embraces that structure, although there's not much to embrace. It's not really all that sexy of a little building. And if I was designating a contributing facade, I would have said it was certainly the south facade where the front door is and the projecting vigas. And it's facing at least a street somewhere in the distance that's in the district. But that all being said, I don't know that it really matters. the underlying zoning permits 2 stories. We have 2-story adjacent structures. The neighbors with smaller buildings are in support and have submitted letters of support. And I kind of think that for our site in our neighborhood, a little moment of verticality isn't so bad. And I'm new to this community, and this is my first time working through this thing, but I thought that it was interesting to create a height limit in the historic code based on a percentage of existing buildings, which is just going to drive us all to one uniform monolithic height, given that everyone's going to generally kind of go to the most that they're allowed. And I would think if I was writing this code, and I have written codes in many different communities, I would have done a more nuanced way of creating that to create some variability in height. If you look at the site, I don't really know that it's that out of scale, because it's set back 12.5 feet from the primary facade. Maybe if you're standing behind the unit, it's a tall facade, but we have a 8.5-foot yard wall, single-story apartment complex that's right up on that wall. So they're not even seeing the existing structure as it is. And then in defense of skiers, I can see Ski Santa Fe from this balcony, and that's what I want to see in the morning to see if there's good snow, if I want to drive up there and go first. So that's part of the rationale for the design as well. But I'm with you. I mean, I think that you point out some great things, and I wondered about its contributing designation personally, but I think in reading through the previous case files, it seemed like it was maybe in response to the previous owner wanting to demo the structure, and I kind of like that it's still there, even though it's going to be kind of difficult to work with. So I don't know. I mean, I appreciate the comments a lot. Those are my thoughts.
Other members of the board? Member Aguilar Marjano.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Just a couple of comments. Aside from the shed and its status, I think would have a hard time finding that the exception criteria for the height have been met. Even just looking at the first 2 responses, it says project is not visible from any street, then the Don Gaspar Historic District. You can see the existing 1-story shed right now from Old Santa Fe Trail, which I think is an important entrance for Santa Fe. Anyone coming off the highway, that's the primary way you're going to come into Santa Fe and experience it. So I can't see how you wouldn't see a 2-story if you could already see a single story. Then the second one, that the development of additional dwelling unit is permitted by the underlying zoning, which I'm sure is true, but it just so happens that this site has other constraints, a lot of which because of these 2 historic districts, which you are unfortunately in, and then also the height restrictions. I don't think while you're allowed to build an additional dwelling unit that isn't superseded by these other constraints that this property happens to have. I also, for kind of the gateway reasons I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure how I feel about the vehicular gate off of Old Santa Fe Trail. When you look at the streetscape, there really aren't any houses there that have vehicular gates. Maybe after my comments, if you can provide some clarification about the upper portion of the gate. I do appreciate that you utilized the metal shed. I think that was kind of a neat way to reuse that material, but if you could provide clarification on the cutouts and what that material is. And then
Our detail sheet isn't in this package. It was submitted, so maybe you have it.
I do, I just didn't see, I'll double check that top, what the material was.
Yeah, so it's wood. It's gonna
It's
be
wood,
behind
okay.
that
Um,
custom design.
and then lastly, I have an issue with the orange windows. You do see color throughout our historic districts, most typically like a teal or a blue. I can't think of precedents that are orange. And again, just it's so visible off, the first entrance into Santa Fe. I just don't know that that's the appropriate choice for this building.
I think, well, the inspiration was apricots, which you do see all over our district. It's apricot, we're going to say, instead of orange. And I think that it's complementary to the blue windows on the front. I mean, we were working with a color palette that already exists. And so we looked at teals. I mean, I'm not I'm not opposed to it. It's a color. But I think that the orange actually complements the buckskin tone of the tan stucco on the existing structure and really nicely accentuates the brick coping that we have. So that was my take on that. Just a point of clarification. Old Santa Fe Trail is not in the Dongas Bar District, starts behind that. So it isn't visible from the Dongas Bar District of which we're contributing. So that's the issue. You can sort of see a glimpse of it, and you might see a glimpse of it as you're driving down Old Santa Fe Trail, but you would also see 6 or 7 falling down buildings on Old Santa Fe Trail on our block. And we're trying to be part of the improvement to the district. So I don't think the first thing you're going to notice is orange windows 70 feet away from Old Santa Fe Trail. You're going to notice that the building across the street is literally crumbling into the sidewalk.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Heather, just a note from Member Mather. She is having difficulty unmuting. Maybe we can check on her in case she has any comments.
She should be able to unmute now. Somehow she got kicked off, but she's able to speak.
Okay. Member Mather, can you verify that?
I can. I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments?
No, I'm just listening. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Brown, I really do appreciate the presentation tonight. The color renderings, the 3D views, I think are really helpful in understanding the project. And in particular, I appreciate your comments about the motivations behind the project and wanting to create an additional housing stock in this neighborhood and creating opportunities that our exclusionary code often denies in practice. And I appreciate your patience going through the process. As far as a height conception or exception is concerned, I think, we're, the challenge of the height averaging that is part of the districts is it results in heights that don't necessarily line up with the underlying zoning of stories. And this is the problem that you came into. I'll note that, the elevation drawings, because they're showing, and they're not showing a ground line, they're showing the foundations of the building look taller than they actually are.
Yeah, agreed.
And so, the 3D views are probably a better representation of what the overall massing is. And again, I know that height and scale are not the same thing. And I think what you've done is really kind of produced a building that is in scale, not only with the other buildings on the site, but also with the neighborhood. So I'm not at all challenged by the height. I personally would be happy to grant a height exception based on those challenges that lie in the code, and the idea that I'm maybe promised 2 stories, but this arbitrary number doesn't really do it. I think also that, given the scale of the inside of the space, the ceiling heights that you've selected, some of them are driven by the existing structure. I think all of them make a tremendous amount of sense to me. I would personally also say that the contributing, like when I hear contributing shed, it always like raises my hackles. That to me, that determination may have been questionable. But at the end of the day, that mass, that volume is acknowledged and is expressed in the project. I wonder, and this is a question maybe for the board, is this the type of project where we might like to see more differentiation between the historic resource and that which is it's added to? The issue of its disappearance may be less about the form and mass of the building, but more about the color and matching of materials and expression. That may be a way out of that conundrum. That's all I have to say. I'd like to go to public comment unless there are any more questions from the board. Member Beachhead.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll just add a few comments about, I like what you were saying about differentiating the older structure from the new. Like maybe that is something to consider. The things that struck me on the design were there's a lot of details happening here. There's shutters, there's the sort of pointed lintels above the door and windows, the railing, the mimicking of the original brick coping on the top story, and the vigas. I think, unless I'm seeing this wrong, I think the vigas. I don't know if they're truly going through the top second story all the way through, or if they're just external decoration that seem to be going in two directions, like on both the east facade and the north. But you can.
They're intended to be true through Vegas, and they go different directions. Well, because the architecture is to differentiate the new from the old. And just to quick answer that, and I don't want to, argue or belabor, but we decided to take the detailing of the territorial revival style to sort of its zenith in order to differentiate it from the more rustic territorial style of the existing. So it has rough, heavy textured stucco on the existing. We're doing smooth on the new. The brick parapet is a simple running bond with just a little 1-inch projection on the top. Of course, for the new, the old has the a little bit fancier diagonal dentil. So the windows don't have any molding on the old. So that we were trying to differentiate, but I think maybe I'm hearing that
No, I appreciate.
simpler.
Yeah.
We thought it was so simple, the initial box, that maybe we should go high, like I said, high territorial stuff.
Thank you for pointing that out, because it is a little hard to see sometimes. Like, is that? Yeah, sorry.
I don't particularly love shutters and all that detailing. I'm a modernist architect at heart, but I felt like in order to best meet the intent of the code, we were supposed to match the style and differentiate. So we didn't have much room to delete detail, and keep it territorial.
Got it. Yeah.
That's where we were at, but I'm open to.
No, those kind of things make a lot of sense. And this, I can't tell what the finish of the stucco
In the notes,
proposed
but-
was. But that's a great suggestion. I guess, maybe the railing and the shutters seem like a bit much to me, but I appreciate the differences in the coping and the stucco.
Thank you, Member Beachside. I'm going to call for public comment on this case. Anyone in the room wishing to speak, please come down.
Hi.
Hi, Richard.
Hi. I guess I'm getting old, but the building in the front is the first building that I did when I came to Santa Fe. I did it with Tom Ortiz. He was another friend of mine, and we did it for a painter named John Lightfoot. And it was his painting studio originally. And he had all these Mexican doors and Mexican canales and things like that we integrated into the building. It's really Adobe. And one of the things was that he had originally planned that it would be back from the street and there would be parking in front of the building. And we moved it forward. We had this idea that we should continue that line of buildings like Jacob's Shoe Repair right next door and all that, so it's in line. Actually, the front portal of that building lines up exactly with the portal at Jacob's Shoe Repair. When you stand there, you're looking right at the other building. And so that's why it's a very simple structure, because it was a painting studio originally. It was one big room with just a bathroom and a kitchenette in the back of the building. The building in the back, which you're talking about now, was deteriorated at that time. It was just used for storage, as I recall. Anyway, this is a special thing for me. Thank you.
Richard.
John Eddie, I'm back again. I appreciate the observations you're all making again. I really do. The height is a question and something you would need to be careful about, and I think you've all identified the many ways that that can be looked at. I think the idea of bringing color into compliance here is going to be very helpful to the applicant in getting through with this. I do have concern about the height of the gate. And I appreciate Board Member Beachsight's observation that the streetscape is very, very important in Santa Fe, and the introduction of this kind of detail in that streetscape, especially so close to the street, is problematic. Probably the argument can be made that there are other gates there, but I'm not aware of them. So that I think is, for my interpretation, that's kind of the biggest problem that we have with this design. But I really appreciate the creativity that's gone into this, and I like the renderings. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We're still in public comment. Anyone online wishing to speak? Thank you, Heather. Mr. Brown, did you have something to say?
Sorry, I unfortunately, I wasn't aware of all the imagery that was going to be in the presentation provided by staff. I kind of assumed it would be our whole packet. But if you have access to the packet, we have renderings of the facade before and after of the streetscape facade. So you can see that although maybe it looks like we're adding things to the historic storefront, there's currently a 4.5-foot coyote fence wrapping around the whole front. So we're really intending to remove and create more porosity into the site with this. And there's an existing coyote fence auto gate. It just happens to be 30 feet further back. So anyway, just to clarify, we're just simply changing material.
And that existing auto gate is at least as tall as what you're proposing, right?
So 7 feet tall coyote fencing, and it goes all the way to the house under the portal.
Right.
Quite abruptly.
Okay, thank you. Back to the board for further discussion and or a motion, please. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. So consistent with the comments that I made previously about the height, I just want to differentiate different parts of this proposal in my motion. I would move to approve all of the design changes in the application that relate to the front building, including the gate, which I do agree is, you know, a little out of keeping with the streetscape, but I'm very much in favor of someone making this a residential property as the applicant has done. I think that's to be commended, and I think that seems more or less essential to making this a useful residential property. So for that reason, I would approve that as well. And I really like the way that you've been, as you said, very sensitive to keeping a welcoming entry to the street in the front of that property. So I would move to approve all of those. On the back property, I would move to have findings entered that the exception criteria for the height have not been met, and that the project would have to be denied on that basis. And in addition, I believe that this proposal would cause the contributing structure to lose its status, and we're required to not approve a application that would have that result. So I would deny on that basis as well. But I would like to nonetheless encourage the applicant to consider a redesign so that this could be made into a property that would meet all of their needs and be a second unit without the required height, including a potential request for a downgrade to non-contributing status and or change in the primary facade to facilitate a different floor plan.
Do we have a second?
Each I will second. I just want to maybe offer to the applicant that rather than a denial, if it would be preferable to postpone, there's some benefit to that, right, Heather, like not having to refile completely.
You know, member Beachhead, yes, that's correct.
So maybe we can hear from the applicant if they would prefer to come back with a redesign rather than just a firm denial of the back building.
We're coming back. I mean, I appreciate the comments. I mean, we were, I think, you know, we didn't know about the height. We thought we'd take a stab at it. I think I understand what you're saying. I agree. The floor plan options for the back house with setbacks and the contributing nature of the east facade is, you know, makes it tough. But I think, I don't know if there's the potential to downgrade to non-contributing and then submit without a second story, then I think we have a lot more options to still create a livable unit in the back that maybe won't be as impactful to the streetscape. Either. So I'm cool. I'm open, you know, whatever you want. We're coming back. I don't know what's the easiest for me. That's what I want. I've never done it before. So if denying makes it take another 6 months, then I don't want that.
I'm fine to modify the motion to be a postponement with everything else remaining the same. But I think I would still approve the front of the property. I mean, as part of the motion.
I mean, that'd be cool. We just won't, we won't mess with that part when in the region. We're not, you know, we're not going to start building anything till we're all happy.
Okay.
So if it's better for the applicant and staff and all concerned that this be a postponement, then the motion should be so considered.
Right, we have
Amended that way.
We have a motion and a second and an agreed upon amendment that the back building redesign will be postponed, denied. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
member Beachhead,
Yes.
member Bienvenu,
Yes.
member Mather.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. We're going to move on. The next case is Ramon's. Also, this is 1666 Cerro Gordo.
Chair Guida, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I don't know that I can write up a finding of fact and conclusion of law that would grant the approval of the design changes for the front while postponing the back. If I do a finding of fact and conclusion of law, either a permit has to issue or a permit doesn't issue. So would the applicant prefer that we just also postpone issuing the finding of fact and conclusion of law until the project design is re-presented?
Yeah, that's fine with us. We just take it as positive feedback on the front.
That's fine.
See a lot of change.
And do we need to redo the motion or can you just modify the outcome accordingly?
I would say we just make a record that the design changes to the front are approved and just acknowledge that the finding of fact and conclusion of law can't issue until we have a decision, a firm decision one way or another on the back.
Okay, thanks. Next case, 1666 Cerro Gordo.
Mayor and members of the board, this is case number 2024007813. First status review and primary facade designation. I believe my applicant is here. Good. The property is located on the south side of Cerro Gordo Road, and it's outlined here in red. Let me go back to the site. There's two structures. One's the old garage, which I had an image of up before, and that's a contributing building. So we're looking at facades for that. And the main residence has gone under significant modifications over the course of time, as you saw in your HDRB package. This is a 1978 aerial showing the property. North elevations of the main house. The east elevation is in the upper right. The upper left side. The south elevation above and the west elevation below with a kind of slope chimney. West elevation excluding the portal is believed to be the only original facade intact. The garage and its elevations probably built in the early 20s. This is an interior of the garage and a shot of the retaining wall that makes up a portion of the site to the east, sorry. The stone terrace and brick patio in the north of the residence and south of the garage. The main house is not really very visible at all from the street because it sits down low, and so it doesn't have a lot of impact on the street scape. Staff recommends the historic status of the main residence and stone building called the garage be maintained as contributing per 14-5.2C, designation of significant contributing structures. Staff recommends the west facade of the main residence F4 and west, south, and east facades of the stone garage be designated as primary. And you'll see a facade diagram in the next slide. The blue line next to the stone garage would indicate that staff would like to see that as a proposed contributing site wall. The proposed primary facades of the garage structure and just a small portion of the main residence where we looked at from the west that has the chimney in its composition. So with that, I can take any questions.
Any questions for Ramon from the board? Member Aguilar Marjano.
Chair Guida. Ramon, I know you mentioned the stone garage you believe to be from the 20s. Is the wall, was it built at the same time?
I'm not sure about that because the roadway was built at a later date, I think, from the date of the construction of the garage. So I don't think it's their contemporaneous, but the style is very textural and fits right in that garage.
Thanks, Ramon.
Ramon, can we have your applicant come to the podium? Be sworn in.
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hunter Redmond, the address is 612 Old Santa Fe Trail. Good evening, Chair.
Sir, thanks for staying up with us.
Sure, thank you for having me. Board members, thank you for having me as well. It's an honor to work on this project. After reading John Murphy's Hickby report, I think it has a really interesting history, beginning with its history dating back to the 1700s and just going on and on and on, and then owned by the chairman of the Campfire Girls, of which I always wanted to be one when I was little, but I couldn't because we didn't have them here in Santa Fe. But I remember this property fondly as we had friends who lived near it when I was a child growing up, and I absolutely love the stone garage and the stone walls surrounding the property. And I think that the main building is wonderful. It's a little disappointing that there have been so many eclectic modifications and alterations made to the building. But what I wanted to comment on is that I do respect the contributing designation recommendation made by John Murphy. and supported by staff, especially of the stone building. And we have no intention of touching the stone building, although we would love to do something wonderful on the interior of the stone building just to bring it back to life and to celebrate it. The main building, we are not intending on really doing a lot of work on it. And it's really interesting as you walk around the building, looking at the primary facade designation. It's hard to imagine that there is even a primary facade anymore because there has been so many alterations. I understand to keep its contributing status, it has to have a primary facade. Is that, I don't know if that is correct. If somebody could clarify that for me, I'd like to know. But I do say that I was a little disappointed and surprised that the one primary facade is on the west elevation. It is not publicly visible at all. The portal to the south of it has been significantly altered, which I think kind of alters that facade as well. And we were hoping to modify that portal. So having that as a primary facade is a little problematic. I expected a different facade to be primary. And I that's all the comments I have right now. You have any questions for me?
Thank you, Heather. Apart from the, Hunter, apart from the question about the primary facade on the main house, do you agree with staff's recommendations for designation?
I agree with, I disagree with the west designation.
On the main house?
The main house, because I don't see how it's different than any of the other facades around the house that have been either altered or not altered, but they're next to something else that adjacent to what's been altered. So I feel like that adjacency precludes that from being a primary facade. So I don't understand how that's also a primary facade, but other facades are not. That confused me a little bit.
And you agree with the three facade of the stone building and the yard wall?
I do. I have a question about the yard wall, however. A contributing yard wall if a contributing yard wall, is that considered a primary facade? And would we be able to construct let's say a garage casita adjacent to it, not touching it, but adjacent to it?
My understanding.
Would that preclude any development there in that northwest part of the site?
My understanding is that yard walls don't necessarily have primary facades. Maybe staff can clarify what a contributing status means on a yard element. I don't remember ever statusing a primary facade of a wall.
No, and even if you did, that wouldn't preclude a structure in front of the wall.
Okay.
Was it attached to?
Okay, because I love the wall. And yes, we'd love to have it be a part of our celebration of that part of the site.
Thank you. Board members, questions for Hunter? Yes, Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. So I'm in complete agreement with your comments. The garage is sort of a no-brainer. The only question is whether it should be significant, since we're already designating three facades and the fourth facade is the one facing the road. I'm not sure why we wouldn't designate the north facade, since it's the most visible. It's certainly not the most dramatic, but it's the most visible. So at that point, you really have the equivalent to a significant structure. So I'd be curious what staff's thoughts are on that. But really, the house, especially on the site visit, it's got a great history. The history is no longer there. I mean, it's been so dramatically altered in this 2000 renovation that I couldn't find anything that I saw that looked like it could possibly have been a remnant of the original farmhouse that was built whenever it was in the 20s or maybe earlier. I'm not saying that structure isn't still there, but I guess staff and maybe the historian were saying that the west facade would be the one that was original, but it certainly doesn't look original. It has no sense whatsoever of vernacular ranch house. It's a very tall facade that looks exactly like someone would have built in the 2000s, really. And in fact, the whole house has that feel. It's a lovely house. Nothing I'm saying should be construed as saying it's not a nice house. It just doesn't have an historic feel to it anymore. And I'm not sure if we're even looking at anything historic when we look at the exterior of the house. So given all that, I'm not even sure it should continue to have a contributing status because I've just not seen any historical integrity at this stage. And I do agree that even if we did consider it contributing, I have no idea what facade you would designate. My comments for now. Thank you.
Board members, any other comments before we go to public comment? Okay, anyone in the room wishing to speak? Anyone online wishing to speak?
Yes, Chair Guida, Stephanie Benenato.
Yes, Stephanie.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would agree with Member Bienvenu that perhaps the garage should be significant. I don't know, I haven't been able to read the report, but I would like to know what facade the applicant thinks should be primary if they don't think that one being designated is. And when you talk about changes, I understand now there was an extensive 2000 renovation. But I wonder if there's parts of that, parts of the building that were untouched at that point, but perhaps changed, but still more than 50 years old. So those are just some questions. I really would like to know what facade they think should be the primary facade. And I hope you'll ask them. Thank you.
I'll ask that.
I'm happy to answer that. I am looking at each wall of the primary residence. The northeast rectangular block was constructed in 1969, I believe. And the east wall, I think, would almost be primary, except for there was this horrible a sunroom added onto it, which took away from its original intent, which is, and it is more than 50 years old. The west wall of that block, I think, is really beautiful. It has some lovely creative windows, and I think has a lot of character. But then added to it was a portal that was added very recently. And so I think that takes away from that facade being a primary facade. I think the only facade left that has not been touched on either side that is older than 50 years is the north facade of that north block. That is the only facade I could imagine being designated primary.
Thank you, Hunter. Back to the board for perhaps a motion.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
May I clarify something? On the stone building, the existing French doors that are there are fairly new and they're not historic. And so I would just respectfully request that maybe we could replace those.
I think we could probably accept them from the designation. Board members? Member Benvenu?
Thank you, Chair Guida. Well, again, consistent with my comments, I don't know if anyone agrees or not, but my motion would be that the status of the stone building be upgraded to significant, excluding the non-historic doors, and that the retaining wall be maintained or designated as contributing, and that the house be downgraded to non-contributing.
Do we have a second?
Aguilar Madrano will second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachhead?
Yes.
Member Bienvenu?
Yes.
Member Mather?
Yes.
Member Aguilar Madrano?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Yes, Heather.
Chair Guida, I'd just like to let the applicant know, since there's an acequia on the property, there will probably be, or maybe, depending upon what the proposed renovation is, impacts in terms of setbacks and the like. So since this is, it appears to be somewhat active acequia, I would suggest that you contact our RC Rimbaud.
We have already contacted the mayor Domo and we're already talking to them and about the work that we want to do on the property.
It's Priscilla Romero. It's Priscilla Romero.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Hunter. Next case is 1204 Canyon Road, and this is Lanny's case.
This is case 2023-007730 HDRB for 1204 Canyon Road for alterations to previous approvals in their remodel. 1204 Canyon Road is located on the southeast corner of the crossroads of Canyon, Cristo Rey, and Camino Cabra. 1204 Canyon Road is a 1,024 square foot single-family residence constructed in 1964 and listed as non-contributing to the downtown and East Side Historic District. The footprint of the residence is a simple rectangle sited in the center of a sizable 33/4 0.34 1/3 acre lot. The residence exhibits some simplified Spanish Pueblo revival features, such as rounded stucco massing and minimal fenestration. A small portal on the north elevation appears to be original to the home. However, its structure has been substantially modified. A shallow southern portal was a non-historic addition, and most windows and doors are non-historic replacements in a variety of finishes and light patterns. The east and west elevations are characterized by the absence of features and fenestration. The residence displays little, if any, distinctive character, and its integrity is insufficient to demonstrate historic significance. A violation has been placed on the property for working with an expired construction permit and other violations, including not meeting the approvals of the HDRB. In February of 2020, under case 2020-1669, the HDRB retained the non-contributing status of the residence, noting that while the property was of age, it does not display any distinctive character or integrity to warrant an upgrade. In April of 2020, under case 2020-1664, the applicant was approved to construct an addition and other remodel work, including demolishing the front and rear portals, as well as any existing sheds and concrete slabs, constructing a 1,499 square foot heated addition to the main living space, a 660 square foot attached accessory dwelling unit, and a 350 square foot attached single car garage. A 5-foot high adobe and concrete block wall at the north, street facing lot line, and retaining walls at the southeast corner of the proposed residence. In June of 2020, under case 2020-2162, the previously approved yard wall and retaining wall designs were represented to and approved by the HDRB as a condition of the April approval for case 2020-1664. This approval included the removal of the existing coyote fence and construction of a 5-foot high yard wall with step downs and flagstone capped pilasters along Canyon Road and 2 curved and terraced masonry retaining walls behind the southeast corner of the residence. On November 8th of 2022, the applicant returned to the HDRB with case 22-5346 to request changes to the previous approval that were made during construction. The board approved items 1, 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 in that application. This included shifting the approved west facade portal north on the west elevation, Where the previously approved garage was located, installing windows under portals instead of the approved location outside of the portal, installing 5 new windows on the east elevation instead of the approved 3-window elevation, installing 6-foot wide double doors in place of 3-foot single doors on the south elevation, installing 6-foot double doors instead of 3-foot on the south elevation. I just said that, sorry. On the north elevation, and increase the parapet height from the approved 4'6" to 15 feet 7 inches. The board denied item 3 to install 2 windows 5 foot by 4 foot on either side of the fireplace on the north elevation, rather than the previously approved single window, with the exception that it may be redesigned and approved by staff upon submission of revised drafts which meet the following conditions. The applicant shall reduce the size of the 2 north elevation living room facade windows so they are set back 3 feet or more from all corners. On the north elevation, the applicant shall set all windows into the wall no less than 1.5 inches. And on the north elevation living room facade, the applicant shall create an extrusion on the massing for the fireplace and chimney. The board also denied items 5 and 6 to install 3 smaller windows with stained glass, which exceeded the 30-inch dimension without divided lights and did not meet the 3-foot corner rule. The exception for the 3-foot corner rule was requested and denied at the 2022 hearing. I do apologize, but the staff report is in error on this. I believe I stated in the staff report that no exception was requested, but it was. Therefore, the approval for the 2 windows in the master bedroom on the northernmost part of the east elevation stands as previously approved in case 2020-1664. Per this condition, the east elevation shall appear as the one in this image. This site plan shows the most recently approved layouts for the retaining walls and the wall along Canyon Road. And the floor plan shows the previously approved relocation of the garage as well as the new layout for rear portal and the required bump out for the chimney. Now, the applicant returns to the board seeking approval of changes already constructed that deviate from the previously approved cases. The project was stopped in 2022 with a notice of violation and directions for the applicant to return to the board for approval of 29 changes. At this point, I would generally go through all 29 items as listed in the staff report. However, I was asked at the field trip to please clarify the items that the staff is recommending approval and denial for in order to make this clear for the board members. Therefore, staff recommends approval of these items. On the north elevation, items 1 through 3 and 5 through 11. This would include the garage door, exterior lighting, relocation of the fireplace, which has already been done. The north elevations are inset approximately 1.5 inches per the condition of the approval for 2022-5346. And construct the end wall from the corner of the portal in order to accommodate the 3-foot corner rule at the portal. Redesign of the portal posts by eliminating the post on the west to accommodate the end wall construction. Construct the 1-foot bump out at the fireplace to create the break in the facade per the HDRB condition under case 22-5346. Removing the header from over the doors under the portal. Changing the previously approved single window on the eastern end to 2 5x4 windows and installing a header above those 2 windows. On the south elevation, all items 11 through 20, noting that this is the second use of the number 11, which includes removing the window on the eastern end of the elevation, change from a double French door to a single 3-foot wood door, change the size of the window between the portals to 4 foot by 4 foot, install a single pane, 2 foot by 2 foot window on the eastern end of the western portal, change the size of the window in the center under the western portal to 2 foot by 3 foot, widen the columns on each of the portals to 8-inch diameter posts, change the design of the western portal so that it no longer connects to the residents on the western side, install exterior lighting sconces on the western wall to light the walkways, and remove the header over the westernmost window, and change the window on the western wall to 4 foot by 4 foot. On the west elevation, items 21 and 23 through 25, so that the garage location, that was a garage location change that was approved under 225346 on November 8th and 22. Remove the header above the center window and remove the header over the door under the portal, and decrease the size of the portal to accommodate the garage entrance. There are no items on the east elevation that we would recommend approval. Under the yard wall, item 27, the change of material of previously approved 5-foot high step-down yard wall along the north property line from adobe brick to CMU with stucco to match the residence. The mass of the wall will be broken up with pilasters as previously approved. And at the driveway, item number 29, installing asphalt on the driveway to access the residence from Canyon Road. Staff would recommend denial of the following for the given reasons. On the north elevation, item 4, installation of 2 5x4 windows on either side of the relocated fireplace. This does not meet the condition of the board from 2022-5346, as this is the same size window requested in that application, which requested that the windows be decreased in size. On the west elevation, number 22, removal of the window from the west facade of the garage. This window was part of the original design and has a prominent location on the street frontage. On the east elevation, number 26, to retain the installed opening with the 3 windows and change the windows from the stained glass window to divided light windows. An exception to install an opening at less than 3 foot from a corner for section 14-5.2E2B is requested to retain the 2 feet 7-inch distance between the opening and the corner. As an alternative, the applicant also has offered to infill the 2 smaller windows, leaving the single larger window with divided lights. The setup of the 3 windows was denied in November of 2022 under case 2022-5346, where the condition of the board was to install the windows as they were originally designed. And lastly, on the yard wall, item number 28, to install 2 metal and wood vehicle gates at the driveway entrance location. This gate has no visual openings and does not match other gates in the district. Staff would reconsider this if the gate were redesigned with openings. An exception is requested to section 14-5.2E2B to construct windows at less than 3 feet from the corner. The applicant has responded to the 3 criteria as required. Staff does not find that all of the exception criteria have been met, but the board may find that they have upon further testimony. Otherwise, staff recommends approval of the application.
Thank you, Lanny. A question just about why we're seeing this again. I mean, my understanding was that we looked at a bunch of non-compliant features that were constructed, and we identified ones that we would approve, and then we identified the conditions for staff approval of another set of them. There are dozens more here. I mean, have those been carried out since that last review?
Yes, they have.
Thank you for clarifying. Member Aguilar Madrono.
Thank you, Chair Guida. That was actually my same clarification that I had. I feel like the last time we saw it, the board's kind of put in this awkward position when people build things without approval because we recognize they're already built and there are cost implications of that and time implications. And I think all of us last time tried to be really accommodating in approving, what we felt like we could, even though we didn't love a lot of those things, and trying to make compromises. So it's frustrating that even after that meeting, that changes continue to happen. And now we're in the same situation of having to decide what to do with things that are already built. So it's a frustrating, it's a doozy, this project. I don't know where to start with each of these details, but this can't be the precedent that you just do what you want and then we're stuck in this situation and have to approve it. I mean, isn't this the third time that this has happened? I've been around for 2 of them and I'm the newest member.
This would be the third time around, yes.
I don't know, maybe for the conversation, Lanny, maybe if we can go through, thank you for the presentation, like maybe we should go through one facade at a time where it shows the approved and the as-built. And just to clarify again, the approved that we're seeing here, were the drawings updated after the last time we heard the case, and that's what we're seeing with these approved drawings, and then they've been updated again?
Yes, so the approved on these drawings is from 2022.
After that hearing?
After the November 8th hearing, yes.
Okay, so we had the hearing, the drawings were updated, that's what we're seeing as approved, and then the as-built, of course, is just what's there today.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Lanny.
Thank you, Member Aguilar Madrono. I agree, it's frustrating, I'm, we talk about use of the public's time, use of staff's time in workshopping designs before this board. The notion that we're workshopping things that are already built, I think, is particularly painful. I would encourage the board to think about ways in which we could expedite our decision on this case tonight. It seems like Lanny has done a pretty thorough vetting of the unapproved changes and made some recommendations here, but I want to hear from other board members. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Yeah, obviously this is extremely frustrating. Are you saying, I wasn't clear on your staff report when you said a violation has been placed on the property for working with an expired permit and other violations, including not meeting the approvals of the board. Is that the current situation, or are you telling past history there?
That is the current situation.
Okay, so I guess we can ask the applicant what they were thinking. No, we will ask you. Yeah, thank you. So that's, I guess, surprised. That's the reason it's coming back before us, is because you stopped the construction.
Yes.
Okay. I get that. I mean, we have 29, actually 30 new items that we're being asked to approve, I guess. And you're saying that staff would say yes to most of them, in fact, all of them except 3, I think. But the biggest problem for me with that is when we look at a project, we look at it holistically. We don't look at it as every single window. We look at all the windows together on a facade, and it's just sort of shocking that it comes back to us with all those windows or some of them being done differently than what we approved, and then we're expected to approve that change, because if it had come to us that way originally, we would probably not have approved that. We would have said, why do you have headers on one window and not the other window? Things like that. And so this house has gone, it's just never, it's not even remotely close to what it was when we initially approved. Well, it is remotely close, but it's quite different than what we originally approved years ago when it first came before us. And that the only reason for that is a lot of piecemeal things that have been done contrary to what we approved, and then requests for approval after the fact. And it's really lost its design integrity through that process. And I don't know how we recover that at this point without just saying you need to go back and redo everything to get it back to what we originally approved, which, you know, is pretty draconian. And that's true for me, even if some of these things technically meet the code, because again, we're approving the project as a whole. We're not just deciding whether every element meets the code. We're deciding whether the entire holistic design is acceptable in this district. So that's where this project has gone off the rails. So even things like the headers are of concern to me, because you have this odd mishmash of different styles now on different elevations and the same elevations in some cases. And another thing that I didn't see, well, it is called out actually, that they're asking now for approval of removing the window from the west facade of the garage. I'm doubtful that we would have approved that second garage design if it had been presented in the way it's being presented to us today as built, because it's just a very stark and uninviting box being presented to Camino Cabra on that side of the property. And so that's an example of something where maybe it technically is not in violation of the code, but it's certainly not consistent with the design that we originally approved. And the gates, I also agree with. They seem, they're non-fenestrated and they're too large for the property. So I guess I've more than anything expressed frustration, but I'd like to hear from the applicant as to why we shouldn't just say, just do what we approved originally and bring it back into conformance with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Benvenu. Member Aguilar-Medrano.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Thank you, Member Bienvenu. I also wanted to hear from the applicant, because I remember the last time we heard the case, the contractor said that a lot of the changes were requested from the owner without his knowledge, and that's why we were hearing it last time. But now I think everyone's on the same page that we know that you cannot make changes without the H board's approval. So I would like to hear from the applicant why changes were made after the last hearing, which was kind of claimed that it was a mistake last time. I have the same concerns about the vehicular gate. It feels so nitpicky at this point, but it is something that stood out to me at this point. I don't even think I'd want an admin approval on that. Like, I'd want to see the design of the vehicular gate and if it's even appropriate. Not sure that we have purview over this, but also concerned about that whole drive being asphalt because it's elevated. And I'm concerned about just seeing a really black, large asphalt driveway and parking lot. That's all for now. Thanks.
Thank you. May we hear from the applicant, please? Oh, Member Bichad, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, just have a couple of comments. Lanny, on the west elevation, number 21, the garage location change was approved. Is the garage in the location that was approved? Is that?
Yes, it is.
And the orientation of the doors is what we approved. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And are the yard walls built yet?
No, they are not.
So it might be helpful to understand what is not built yet, which I think is just maybe the yard walls and the driveway, and the gate. But there's other things that are not yet approved. I'm sort of,
Right.
I guess,
The retaining walls in the back are not yet constructed.
okay.
And the fencing along, so the yard wall in front on the north facade, the vehicle gate is not in. I don't know why looking at the applicant helps, but it does. I'm like going, what else is there?
That's okay. I guess my point is like, maybe I really I'm at a loss, like the
Anything
others.
that's on the house is already constructed.
Got it. Okay. I mean, I guess one place to focus might be on the things that are yet to be constructed. And I mean, it maybe in some ways it's lucky that they're the ones closest to the street that would maybe we could have some control over that. I remember when this case first came before the board, before it was altered at all, there was a lot of discussion about the fact that it was very close to Cristo Rey Church and to the historic water park, and that those properties, sort of heightened the need for this property to at a minimum not distract from those other ones, which I think we've probably lost that battle. But the original proposal for the yard wall was an adobe brick wall, which I think we should probably really stick to. I think I agree with Member Aguilar-Madriano that the gate is not in keeping with this neighborhood at all. There's some gates further up Canyon Road, but especially on that corner, that's not something that we see. The asphalt, I also wholeheartedly agree that that is not in keeping with the surrounding roads, many of which are dirt in that area. I also have a concern about this extension of the wall to meet the 3-foot rule from the corner. It's now in front of the framed doorway. Is that an actual wall? Is it just like thickened on the corner? I'm not really sure if it's
kind of a bump out in order to meet that 3-foot corner rule there.
I think that's ridiculous. That's just meeting the rules in a really inauthentic way. So things like that, where we're trying to like accommodate a rule with a false sort of addition, it doesn't make any sense to me. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Let's hear from the applicant, please.
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Gerald Valdez. I live in 11 Ranch Road, Cedar Crest, New Mexico. And good evening, Chair Guida and board members, city staff. We're here again to try to come up with some workable solutions to clarify your question about all the changes that were there were done with the if you look on one of the sheets, there was 12 changes from the original approved plans that I had submitted. The third go around, the last plans that were submitted were for the garage addition. All the other changes that were done were already completed. They were, in other words, the only plans that were submitted was to build the garage, because if you guys remember, we had a problem with the easement. There was a sewer easement, and we weren't able to put the garage there. So we were sort of forced to put the garage up on the top. It has been very difficult for me living in Cedar Crest and having to commute. I'm not the contractor. I was just the designer. So the contractor just didn't follow some of the plans that were outlined. Like number one, eliminating the window on the garage. Eliminating the header over the kitchen window on the other elevation, the west elevation. But everything that was listed on page 2.7, changes from original approved plans, were approved. They were approved 1 through 12 as by me reading the minutes of the last no, November 8th, 2022 minutes, I believe. So the only thing that was changed again, okay, we added the it's actually a foot 4 inches, 16 inches from the fireplace facade. There was some comments that it was just too plain, so we made that change according to the board's recommendations, because the facade was just, it needed to come out. Originally, it didn't have a bump out because the garage right on the corner, there was originally a garage there, and that was pushed in about 2 feet from the facade of where the fireplace is.
Sir, I'm gonna suggest that, we'll be here all night if we scrutinize each and every small move on this project. I would recommend, if it's okay with you, that maybe stand for questions from the board. We have a very thorough staff report. I don't think we need to go through it again. But if there's any information that we're missing, maybe we can cover that by way of question. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Board members? Is there anyone else from the applicant that wants to speak on this case?
I believe Josie, the owner.
Yes, please come to the podium to be sworn.
I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Chelsea Lucero, 2835 West Alameda. Can I give you a copy of some pictures we took or not?
Yes, please.
I know, we did renew the permit. Cause the inspector went over like 3 days before, 3 days after renewed, and we went and renewed it right away. We even had to pay, off something 1,500 for something, I don't remember. But that was renewed, and he red tagged it. The reason he red tagged it was because we hadn't made the changes that were required, but we ran out of money. We keep running out of money. It's not our fault. I mean, it happens. And then this had been going through 2020, and yes, we have been, because of COVID, because of this, because we couldn't get into City Hall. It's been one nightmare after another. The inspector said, as soon as you go in front of you guys and tell him the changes that he was questioning was really, because here it said we had like 29 change requests, and that's not so. The main thing was those windows, those stained windows we haven't done them. We haven't done them because if you can see, it's gonna cost us like $15,000. That is a hardship for us. It really is. I've had to do 3 loans with this house because of different changes. We had to change the garage because it was not so much the easement. P&M came and they said, you can't build it there. You cannot make a garage there. Our lines are right there. We have already told you this over and over. Now, the stained windows seem to be the biggest factor, and the fact that we were like 5 inches short. And if you see, I made you, the reason we didn't put clear windows, because that the neighbor, see, that's our view. That's our view. We don't want to see that ugly view. That's why we took up those big windows. This is our ugly, ugly view from the neighbor that lives in California and hasn't done a darn thing to that house. You can't even see those windows from the street. You can't even, if you're driving, you can't even see them. But like I said, okay, I'll take the windows up. I'll take the stained windows up. I'll agree. But I'm just going to replace it with the clear windows, the same size, the same hole. Otherwise, it's going to cost me like $15,000. It is a hardship on me. It really is. And then another thing, you're giving us a hard time for You're giving us a hard time for 5 inches. I'm not saying you, but the inspector or whoever. And yet on 1109, you have approved them to add on and have windows 8 inches apart. What's the justification? Why can that person do it and I can't do it? Is it because he's white and I'm brown? That's what I think. That's what I think. But I mean, this thing, if I'm not coming back anymore, I'm just gonna get a lawyer and I'm gonna file for discrimination. Because that's the way I really honestly feel I've been treated. Because you allowed somebody else that's not even from here to come and add on and have, you have the pictures there. And yet over here, they give me a hard time for 5 little inches. Okay, and like I said, I will take out the stained windows, but I'm not gonna put a new I'm not putting those big windows there. I'd rather cover everything off and just have a solid wall. If that's why we've been arguing, and that's not this little thing here and this little thing there.
Okay,
Okay?
ma'am, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate that. Any questions from the board at the moment before we go to public comment? Let's go to public comment. Anyone in the room wishing to speak? Anyone online wishing? Oh, do we have, would you like to speak?
I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Angelo Lucero. I have a home in Santa Fe. It's 1712 and 1714 West Alameda Street.
Yes, Mr. Lucero.
So I'm in the process of doing a renovation as well on West Alameda Street, 1712. That's why I listed both addresses, even they are both in my name. Basically, I've experienced very similar difficulties with construction and building within this town. A lot of things that I have noticed as far as my particular situation that I think is also going on with her is that you start your project, you're approved, and then someone will come along, some city worker doesn't know what you're doing and says, oh, that's not right. And then they want to go and throw negativity or a flag on the play that would say, hey, you got to go back and redo this and then redo that. So that's where I can say, yes, there's 29, I think that's what she said, or one of you guys had said, changes or this has happened. And it may not necessarily be so. A lot of the builder or the designer has complied and I think with the staff has narrowed it down to 3 aspects. And basically, when those aspects are addressed or potentially could be addressed in a simple format, saying, hey, let's look at that one portion, let's fix it, and let's move on. Let's go to the next portion so we can complete the entire build. So that's where I feel that if you ever had the time to look at the project in its actuality, you would see that it has complied. The driveway, if you go there now, it's mud. You can't even drive up it. It's complete mud. Maybe there might be a solution to asphalt. Dirt, it's not gonna fly. I'll be honest with you. You go up there, you'll spin your wheels and you'll get stuck. Okay. It's on a hill. As far as the gates, they were craft made by hand in Mexico. If they're not to scale or to size, great, we can come up with a different design there. The stained glass windows. They are very elegant. They're very nice. They do block a hideous view of the neighbor. The neighbors, if you look at their home, they have a, I think there was a picture there where that home or whatever it is, I think it's a shed. I don't know. It's attached to a home, but it's basically a window that was covered up and is now gray. I don't know how that got into code or how that was approved. That's not up to me. I know.
Mr. Lucero, you're at time. Public comment is 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the room or online?
Yes, sir, but I request longer than 2 minutes because you speak longer than 2 minutes. Well, if.
So we keep
could I
public comment to 2 minutes. Please try to keep to 2 minutes.
Let me go ahead and swear you in.
Okay.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sí.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Virgil Vihade, 467 Camino Don Miguel. You know, I think all of you have here in this building here have, all right, fault here, okay? This project has been going on for years, 4 years. You know, I grew up in that area. That house that this house replaced, okay, that was a modular house. It looked horrible. You go over there, you look at it now, it's beautiful. Just take a drive up there. I know 1 or 2 have probably gone up there and you'll see what the difference is, okay? And then you're nitpick over here, okay? Just because you're 5 inches off according to your rules over here. But you don't see what it takes to do the work because you're not there. You're not a contractor. She requests contractors to do things. She does. And then sometimes the contractors doesn't do what she asked him to do. Well, it's already done. It's already completed. If they're asking to remove those windows and replace them with other ones, how much is it going to cost? It's not coming out of your pocket. This is a lady here that has been here her entire life. What's happening to Santa Fe right now? It is changing. I grew up in that area. I knew everybody there at one time. No longer, okay? And you get these people coming and moving in, and God bless them. Let them come in. Let them come in. But then what happens is they want you all here come up with these standards. But you know what? Not everything works exactly according to your standards. And you have to realize that sometimes you have to give a variance, okay? And you're asking, what are we going to do now? It's simple. Just this house is already built. The city, she came, remember COVID, when we had COVID over here? She came over here, there was nobody here. You had contractors over there hounding her. They're still working. They still have to make a living. And she had to make decisions the best she could, and she couldn't get any help from here, anybody, the staff over here. So she did the best decision that she could. That's what she did.
Mr. Vihil,
I think you all
for
are.
your comments.
And the solution is, couple of solutions. One is, it's already built, give a variance, because you are at fault too.
Mr. Vihil, we're at time. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
Keep your comments to 2 minutes, please.
Question for land use staff. The staff report makes very clear recommendation for resolving the current situation. Does this bring this case to a point where it does not need to come back? Do the recommendations in the staff report bring us to a place where this does not need to come back?
Yes. If this is approved, this would fix all of the issues that she currently has on the property. And she would just need to file for her permit from here.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I think we also missed online comment. Can we? Okay. Do you wish to speak, sir? Please come on down to the podium, be sworn in.
You swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Teddy Peperas, that's spelled Peperas. And my address is 648 Old Las Vegas Highway.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I like to use the acronym IDIBWADI, and that stands for, is there a better way to do things? A lot of people, my kids have all moved out of Santa Fe to Colorado and other states because of a lot of issues similar to this. And I feel that we need to assist, help in every way that we possibly can. Yes, there's a lot of mistakes that were done. But where does compassion come in? And if you look at the building, it's a beautiful building. I go to Cristo Rey Church all the time. I grew up in the same neighborhood. But out of a compassion for the Luceros and the fact that they endeavored to stay in Santa Fe, I think is a very honorable thing. And you guys are in a position where you can assist them in remaining here in Santa Fe. Did they comply with all the regulations? I don't know. Apparently, it doesn't look like it. But we also have to look at it. Does it change the appearance and the culture of what we want to preserve in Santa Fe? In looking at it, no, it doesn't. The violations that they have, it doesn't change any of the appearance of all the rest of the homes in that particular area. So I'd really appreciate your support. And I know it's stepping out of the box, but let's think differently. Grant them a variance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Yes, sir. Okay, we're in the middle of public comment, so we can have you come back and answer a few questions after that. Anyone online wishing to speak?
Yes, Chair Guida, Stephanie Benenato.
Yes, Stephanie.
Stephanie Benenato. I don't think this really is about compassion. This is about repeated ignoring of the plans and of the conditions to right the previous violations. And you can blame the contractor who's not sitting in the room. The contractors have insurance. And if the contractor has to come back and make it right, that could happen. And they would be responsible. I really feel like this is just, a slippery slope, and that anything having to do with window violations should be enforced. I just think it sets a really bad precedent. And all the reasons given here have nothing to do with this ordinance. And you would think from Mr. Vihil's comments that he doesn't know that this ordinance has actually been in effect since 1957. This isn't new. This isn't newcomers imposing on the people who have grown up here. These are people who actually grew up here, who have wanted this ordinance to preserve the historic character of the town. And there are rules, because otherwise it's like, let's get out the violins. Don't you feel sorry for this person? Oh, hey, why don't you feel sorry for this person over here? And it becomes incredibly subjective. And you can try again and go, okay, we'll try one more time, 3 times, maybe will be the charm. Maybe there won't be any more violations. And if you keep violating, no wonder it's costing you so much money. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephanie. Anyone else online? Sir, we had public comment. This is not a debate amongst the public. Anyone else online?
No, Chair Guida.
Okay. Let's come back to the applicant. You wanted to make an additional comment. Sir, the late hour, the amount of time we spent on this case, I encourage you to keep it brief.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify what Mrs. Lucero was saying as far as the case at 1109. There were pictures taken before and after, and
1109, the case that we're considering tonight.
No, it's.
And I would just suggest
well,
that we not lengthen the proceedings any
I
further.
just want to make mention that she's making a comparison to what was approved there at 1109, being that the windows were
That was
within
clear.
8 inches from the corner.
That was clear, sir.
And okay, I wasn't sure about that. Then another thing is the there at that portal, that extension, that was approved on another project on Gonzalez Road.
I'm going to ask you to keep discussion to this.
Well,
case.
I just want to make mention that we're not the only one that try to do this. There's been another project where they did the same thing to increase the
Very good.
minimum corner distance. They extended the wall. And that's what I think Mrs. Lucero was saying. If it's good for that person, why can't she do it? Why can't there be a variance?
Understood, but you do understand we do have a process where designs are submitted and approved by this board, and
Understand that.
details of other projects don't necessarily pertain to this one. Projects are understood in their totality.
The variances do, sir, and what was done there is very similar to what was done at 1204 Canyon Road.
Okay.
And also the windows, I mean, she's talking about 5 inches,
Sir,
2'7" versus
we heard
36.
this.
Well, what do you say about the project there at 1109 West?
We're not debating other projects.
I understand
tonight.
that, but see,
Sir, I would ask you to just sit down.
I don't understand.
Okay.
And how it came from 12 design exceptions to 29. The only thing that was added in the last plan submittal was the garage. You mean to tell me there was that many changes to the plans on the garage? I don't understand that.
Okay, we understand. Member Aguilar Medrano.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Just trying to think of how we can move forward. Would it be possible, Lanny, that you could just kind of walk us through what decisions we need to make tonight, what our options are, so that, and just kind of go through one by one, present us with what our options are if to get this case closed out tonight? I don't know if other board members agree, but I feel like I just need a clarification on what we're making a decision on tonight and what our options are.
I'm not sure.
Yes, Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. So yeah, I agree with that, but if I could add a nuance to that, a lot of the discussion we've been hearing is a dispute over whether or not these what exists right now was ever even contrary to what was previously approved. That's what I hear 90% of the applicants saying, is they don't understand why they're being they're even here to request approval for those things, right? Okay, that's a different issue. Yeah. No, okay. Okay, I understand that. I actually do think that that's not what I was referring to, but the East Alameda, I think staff probably could address that because that's an unusual case. It didn't come before me when I was on the board, but it's clearly a non-conforming structure that presumably was built, I believe, probably with either prior to the code or without approval. And then when a renovation was done, it got retroactive approval. But staff maybe could address that just so that the applicant can understand why that case is not precedent for this case. We're all in agreement on what property we're talking about, right? On East Alameda, Mr. Mokino.
Yes, Gary.
Chair Guida and members of the board, going back to this project here, the only reason why it's back is because I did an inspection and on the approved set of plans shows different than what is built there. That's the only reason why it's back. And I didn't red tag it for that reason. I red tagged it because of the permit being expired. So I don't know to this date if they redid an extension or what, but They deviated from the approved plans, and that's the reason it came back. First time, it came back because of that reason as well. So I didn't red tag it then. I gave them an opportunity to come back, get the approvals, the exterior approvals changed and approved by H board before I can approve any of the inspections. That's how.
Got it.
That's basically how I operate as an inspector. I read the plans, city approved plans. If they're perforated, whatever's approved, that's what's got to be there. If it's not there, then I give them the opportunity to get it approved, and then before final historic inspection. That's the reason why it's back. Okay. And the other one, I don't recall the other one at all.
Okay. Well, I sidetracked the discussion that from Member Aguilar Medrano's request, but what the nuance I was going to add is I think it would be helpful just to know what's different. A lot of this we've already dealt with, and we did it last time. We already went through most of these things and we made decisions. And so those decisions in my mind should just still stand. What is different now coming before us than what we've already decided? In other words, if we just said, look, just go back to our last, we've approved 2 sets of plans. The first set of plans, then it came back to us with a request for a bunch of modifications, some of which were granted and some which were denied. If we just said, go back to those, to the status quo as of the last plan we approved, where would we be at now on your list of new things that need to be decided? Does I don't want to sidetrack what member Aguilar Medrano was.
You don't have the floor right now. We're hearing from staff.
I'm not sure that I can narrow that down for you. The issue is that, so she failed her inspection and the inspector and I went out and we walked the entire property. We made note of every change between the permit set and what was done. In my staff report, I did make a notation on the ones that I felt were already addressed. And that would be things like the condition of the boards, items like the north elevation windows being inset and that type of thing. The biggest issue that the applicant has at this point is the 3 windows on the east facade.
That's something we decided at the last.
Right,
time this matter
you
was heard.
denied the 3 windows and you asked them to go back to the 2 window setup that was original for the original approval. And what they're asking for now is to please reconsider that exception to keep the less than 3 feet corner rule and keep the 3 windows, but they'd go ahead and would like to put divided lights in. That's their compromise that they're trying to present.
Sir, you don't have the floor. Lanny, but that's not the only thing, right?
No.
And I guess I just want to be clear, the 29 or so.
There's 30.
Or 30 differences are from the approved plan set from the last hearing. Is that correct?
From the permit set,
The permit set.
yes. The last set that was approved through the H board is not what's on the permit.
Okay, but this is not the board's issue here, right? We very clearly indicated that, we approved a set of changes to that permit set.
Correct. I noted those in the staff report.
And did the applicant return to you with drawings? Because I think the condition was,
Yes, these as built are their new drawings.
are they the new permit, sir? Sir, are they the new permit set?
They can't file for permit until they've got approval through you. So they have to get approval through you and then we do the board action letter, which they'll attach to the new permit. And they have to do a revision, what's the word I'm looking for, a revision to their permit set at that point.
Okay. The only thing that we should be considering tonight, my understanding, is the differences between our last approval and tonight. And if we could just, and Lanny, if you could just clarify for us what those things are, maybe we can make a decision.
Okay, well, let me go through the list for you. Item 1, because they're changing it to a metal garage door. I believe carriage doors was originally approved. The exterior lighting is not improved. Oops. So that's item 2. Mouse function, sorry. Sorry, my mouse is not working again. This paper. I'm sorry. So, items 1 and 2. Item 7, 9, 10, and 11. And then on the south elevation, let's see. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. On your west elevation, number 22, 23, 24, and 25. On the east elevation, you guys already addressed this. Let's see. Yard walls, just the change of materials, so number 27, and the installation of so 27 and 28, and item number 29.
And Lanny, are there any of those items that you can't recommend approval for?
I actually had that noted here. Item see what I want it to do. Of those items, no.
Okay, so this is the sum total, the items that you mentioned, you enumerated them by facade or by area on the property. Those are the changes since the board's last approval.
Correct.
And you're recommending to the board approval of those changes.
Right, the only recommendation I would make would be on the gate.
Which item is that again? Number?
Item 28,
And your recommendation would be to
a redesign.
redesign and submit to staff, I would assume.
Yes.
Okay, and the design direction would be different material, different design.
Open space on it.
Okay.
So it's kind of, so we can see through it.
Okay.
Mm.
Member Beachhead.
Sorry to interrupt. And I apologize if I misunderstood you, Lanny. I thought you said earlier that you would not recommend approval of the window removal from the west side of the garage.
That is correct. Number 22. That was the other one I recommended denial on.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm going back through it real quick.
Thank you.
So to board members, after Lanny's comments on number 22, I would recommend structuring a notion that identifies these items as things that have changed since the board's last approval. And if we are to approve, to do so in accordance with staff direction, and then note any disagreement or revisions needed. on either the gate or item number 22. Lanny, are we waiting on you?
I think that's all of them.
Okay, thank
Mhm.
you. Board members, a motion. Sir, we've had public comment. We're not, we've had public comment. We're done. Sir, we're not having this discussion. The public comment has closed. You have to be recognized by the chair. We are in a board discussion right now. I would just ask you to please not speak out of turn. Member Beachot.
Thank you. So just to be clear, Lanny, the items you listed just now, these are the new ones that we need to make a motion on. The others have already been addressed. And if
The others were addressed in the previous hearing, yes.
okay, and so if we ignore those now, that's okay, right? We don't need to make a decision or a statement about those others.
Except for on the east elevation, item number 26, because she has addressed the exception criteria, we do need to address that. It will need to be determined whether or not she can just change the stained glass to divided lights, or if she needs to go back to the 2 windows.
Would it be acceptable to the board if we do this in a few motions so that we address each elevation on its own for potential clarity? So I will make a, hold on a second. So I will make a motion with respect to case number 2023-07730 HDRB at 1204 Canyon Road with respect to the north elevation to approve items 1, 2, 7, 9, 10, and 11. I apologize. What's happening with 4? That one's already,
Number 4
we've already addressed that.
was already addressed.
Okay, so that's my motion to approve items number 1, 2, 7, 9, 10, and 11 on the north elevation.
Can I make?
Member New, yep.
Just for clarity, I think that number 8 is actually consistent with the board's conditions in the last motion as well.
Yes, they're just meeting the condition of the board.
Yes.
That was actually
And that's. it
previously
wasn't-
approved, so that's probably
yeah.
why you're. the way
Yeah,
it's split.
sorry,
Okay.
so I left out number 8 because we'd already approved that. Right, so these are just new approvals. The rest of these items have already been approved or denied.
Member Beachot, you're doing great if you want to continue with your motion.
I think that's it for the north elevation. Can we just vote on that? Or should I keep going?
I would propose keep going. You're
Okay.
you're breaking it up very nicely and clearly by facade as staff did.
With respect to the south elevation, I move to approve items 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 24. I'm sorry, wait, I've gone too far.
I think it ended at 20
20,
for the
I'm
south
sorry,
elevation.
I can restate that, I'm sorry. The south elevation, I would approve items 11 through 20, that's easier to say. With respect to the west elevation, I move to approve items 23, 24, and 25. Denying item number 22, which is the removal of the window from the west facade of the garage. On the east elevation, I move to indicating that the exception criteria have been met with the applicant's proposal to replace the windows with divided light windows in the same size and location, with the reasoning that that east elevation is not publicly visible or has minimal public visibility. It faces a neighbor, a very close neighbor. So I would move to approve item number 26 for the with the divided light window option. Thank you. And then with respect to the yard wall, I move to approve items 27 and 28. With respect to the driveway, I move to approve, I'm sorry, with 28, with the condition that the vehicle gates be submitted for redesign to be approved by staff. The redesign should include some open space so that the property is visible to some degree through those gates. And with respect to the driveway, I move to approve item number 29.
Member Aguilar Madrano, do you care to second?
Aguilar Madrano will second. Can we also have a quick discussion? I know, okay, item 26, I just want to make sure. Was the very costly option, the option of changing it to 2 windows, but the divided lights was okay with the applicant? Honestly, at this point, I would lean towards just keeping the stained glass windows and not having a simulated divided light window on them.
I would accept that as friendly. I agree. It doesn't, we can't see either one of those options.
So to keep the stained glass.
At whatever the applicant would like
Okay.
for in that, yeah.
Okay. That was one, and then I'm still stuck on the asphalt. Just because there are a lot of steep driveways in that area, and if you do the right treatment of base course and gravel and the right layers, it can work. And my concern is that, I mean, earlier you had mentioned that you thought keeping the original material of the yard wall was important. So I think that is one thing we're already compromising on. We're now allowing a CMU block wall, which probably is less expensive. We're also potentially allowing 2 metal vehicular gates. So it's like.
I agree. I mean, I find the discussion about the driveway to be the most persuasive, like it is muddy, it is steep, I get.
It's not done yet.
It's not yet. It's not done yet. Yeah.
Heather, yes.
Guida, one option may be because of the color as being a concern is a colored concrete that would be similar to the color of the surrounding earth.
Is the paving material in the purview of the historic board?
Gary and I were just talking about that. It's very difficult, except in understanding the overall sort of character of the area and making sure it's compatible.
Yes, Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Guida. Of course, asphalt's always of concern, but I will say that number one, it's the most cost effective as well as just effective for weather in that location. And it's quite common on Upper Canyon Road, in all honesty, especially on that side of Upper Canyon Road. There are some dirt roads still, but because it's so steep, many people do have asphalt driveways, and it's black as can be when it's laid down, but it turns into a gray within a year or so. So it's not ideal, but I do think it's probably, in my opinion, it would be acceptable in the neighborhood.
Thank you. So we have a very detailed motion. We have a second with a friendly amendment on item 26 that was accepted. Where are we at on this, on the asphalt driveway? Maker of the motion,
I'm inclined just to approve the asphalt.
does your second still stand?
Yes.
Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Hallelujah. Thank
May
you.
I ask a clarifying question real quick?
Yes, Lanny.
On your motion, for the east elevation, item number 26, you're saying that she can keep the stained glass windows?
Correct.
So she does not have to change to divided light?
No, but may choose to pursue the divided light if they also prefer.
Her preferences is
Yes.
glass. Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. We had one case hanging out there. Okay, and the applicant is here, so we're going to return to 411 East Alameda. This is Ramon's case.
Okay. I'll keep this very brief, okay?
Thank you, Ramon.
This is case 2024-007815 HDRB for a renovation and remodel. The property is contributing on the downtown east side and is located on a private drive just north of East Alameda, shown here outlined in red. The applicant now proposes to remodel and restoration. Essentially, this is the same case that was brought before the board in 2019 and was conditionally improved. The documentation is in your packet. The existing site plan, nothing changes from the existing to proposed site plan, with the exception of a coyote fence. This is a overview looking northwest. This building doesn't photograph very well because it's in such a confined space. It's bounded by some adjacent structures. The existing floor plan and the proposed floor plan, and the demolition plan is a part of the original Adobe construction that is now unstable, structurally unstable, and they're proposing to rebuild it. And that's what you see in the proposed floor plan. The existing south elevation and the proposed south elevation. Proposed in existing and proposed east elevation. Facade map from the previous hearing showing the primary facades. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2D general design standards and 14-5.2E downtown and east side design standards. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Ramon. Any questions from the board for Ramon? Member Aguilar Medrano.
Easy question, Ramon. The stucco color El Torreon isn't on our stucco list and I can't find a color reference. Have you seen a sample of it? Can you give us a verbal description?
I'd like the applicant to respond to that question.
Okay.
It's my understanding that El Torreon is a earth tone color, but I didn't see a sample.
Let's go to the applicant and sir, please come down and be sworn in.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Tim Curry, 1415 West Alameda Street, Santa Fe.
Good evening, Mr. Curry.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for your patience. This project was previously approved over 4 years ago, and the owners had several health issues and other issues that prevented us from beginning construction. And when we were getting ready to start construction, we realized that the permit had expired. We are really not asking for any changes other than what was previously approved. And I do have in the packet originally in my submittal, there is a color sample of Torreon. I do have it here on my phone if you want to take a look. It is a typical earth colored stucco color.
Anything else to add to staff's report?
No, I think, we'd just love to get started and we would appreciate your approval.
Very good. Thank you for your comments. We'll take it to public. Member Benvenu.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Guida. Yeah, I'd just like to say, I think it's a very impressive project you're doing in terms of preservation. This looks like a property that someone would pick up and want to make very dramatic changes to, especially with its location and the very modest size of it. And it's just really commendable that you're doing a renovation that's so respectful of the very humble building that's there.
Thank you. Yeah, the owners have owned the property for a number of years, and they're finally financially able to move ahead with it. And it'll be a fantastic project. It really will be. And all the fenestrations and everything are going to really be in kind. So it should be just a little gem that's tucked there off of Alameda Street.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, public comment. Anyone in the room wishing to speak on this case? Anyone online wishing to speak on this case?
Yes, David Jones. David, you can unmute.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to go ahead and swear you in, sir. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you please state your address for the record as well?
Yes, I'm the owner of the property at 409 East Alameda, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87501.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thank you for your patience. I've been here listening to the proceedings for the entire evening. I only have one comment primarily regarding this project, and that is as to the historical value of the Ezekiel wall that exists between my property and the property at 411. Contrary to the report that was provided to you by the staff, there's actually only one parking area that is, sorry, my wife is whispering to me. There's only one parking area that the people at 411 have, and that's approximately 7 feet wide. That parking area is contiguous to the historic Ezekiel wall, which the owners of 411, unfortunately, have done nothing to preserve over the 12 years that I've owned the property there. Essentially, as I reported to the committee in a letter that I sent yesterday, I paid several $1,000s to remove a tree that was damaging the wall, the historical wall. There is no staging area other than that 7-foot parking area. I'm concerned that there are not any conditions to preserve that wall, to make sure that that one historic area of that property is preserved. So I do object without some kind of assurance from Mr. Curry that there is going to be, first of all, proper protection of that wall, and secondly, that the staging area is not going to damage any other property in the area. And I appreciate your patience. It's very rare that I've seen a board sit for 4.5 hours without taking a break. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Mr. Curry, maybe you can respond to that concern. And usually construction staging is not purview of this board, but maybe given the tight site conditions, you can address this.
It is a very tight site, and there is actually a staging area that's directly in front of the house. And our intention is that there will be a dumpster placed off of the driveway in that area. And then our workers plan to park on Alameda Street. So there's quite a bit of free parking that's on Alameda that'll be available to our workers. And certainly we've worked on the east side for many years, and we know that we need to maintain a good relationship with our neighbors. So we will do whatever we can to make sure that there aren't any workers that are parking in other spaces, and we'll do our utmost to protect that existing wall. The existing wall is in very poor condition, and it needs some stabilization. So my understanding and my thought is that the owners are only going to be too happy to stabilize the existing wall that the neighbor is referring to.
Okay. Thank you. Members of the board. Yes, Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Member Guida. Yeah, so I'm glad that the wall got brought up. Ramon, maybe you can address this as well. So there are 2 rock walls. There's a rock wall along the eastern perimeter, and then I think must be the south wall that's being referred to now. And are either one of them statused?
No.
Okay.
What?
I don't know. And we can't status them tonight without a notice, is that right?
I would have to defer to Heather to answer that question.
Chair Guida, Member Bienvenue, yes, there would have to be notice for status.
Okay. Because we discussed it actually on the side visit today, the 2 walls. Now the eastern wall, I think it's extremely important. I'm sure you would agree. It seems like you're retaining that and putting a coyote fence just on the inside of it. Is that right? Okay. And then the southern wall, we have your assurance that you're not planning to do anything other than stabilization? Right, I would agree with that. So, and if that ever was a desire of the applicant, then it would presumably come before us for status review. Correct? Okay, that's all I have. Thank you. I'd make a motion though, if you want.
I would love it if you did.
As long as I'm got my mic on. Case 2024-007815 HDRB 411 East Alameda Street. I recommend, or I move that the project be approved as submitted.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Elad Madrano will second with a friendly amendment because it wasn't in our packets that Ramon just looks at the color and administratively approves it.
Yeah, so it's an El-Ray color. Why is it that that's not on our approved list or addressed? Is it just because there's so many colors, we don't have them all on our list? Is that simple?
Member Guida, yes. I'm sorry, Chair Guida, Member Bienvenue, yes, that's correct. And we probably should do an update to that. So we as staff will look at that and make sure we have the latest and greatest.
So since it's not on the list, you still have the capability of just administratively approving it though, correct?
Chair, Member Bienvenue, yes.
Okay, all right. So amendment accepted.
May we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Mather,
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Good luck with your project. So, any discussion items before we break for the evening? Yes, Heather.
Chair Guida, this is my fault, but Stephanie Benenato had her hand raised. Can I allow her to speak?
Yes. Hi, Stephanie. Sorry we missed you.
Yeah, because I mean, what's the point of actually stating something after you've made a vote? I don't actually know what's the point. But I am happy the walls got brought up. And I am also happy that the applicants are keeping it at a modest size as opposed to trying to fit on a mini McMansion there. So those were going to be my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion items, Heather?
No, Chair Guida.
Yes, John.
Thank you, Chair Guida. I just wanted to circle back a little bit, just briefly on the Canyon Road case. So we are clear, though, on the understanding that items that weren't addressed still need to be done consistent with our prior decision, correct?
Yes.
So for example, that bump out of the chimney, that's already been required of them. So that will be part of the approval process before they get a occupancy certificate, right?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, John. Any other matters from the board? Member Beachside.
I just wanted
apologize.
to circle back to the subcommittee for the schools. So I think John and I were under the impression that the subcommittee that we're currently serving on is specific to the executive office building. Is it a standing committee or do we need to like formally form that committee for the schools separately?
Chair Guida, Member Beachside. Yes, probably if you want to specifically form a committee for those two particular projects. Atalaya Sequia Madre, then we can do that. I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't have a problem doing it. I just thought the last assignment was specific to that one project, so I nominate myself to be part of that subcommittee. And John too.
Thank you both.
It wouldn't be very complicated. One's a pergola.
Classroom at Mr. Kamaji.
But acknowledge that you all are not the standing subcommittee.
Chair Guida.
Yes,
I think
sir.
there should probably be a motion and a vote to add these projects to the subcommittee or to appoint members Bienvenue and Beachside to a subcommittee that will also review the school district project.
Can we have a motion to that effect?
Yep, I'm sorry, is that okay if I make the motion, even though I would be the one being appointed? Okay, so moved.
Speech I will second.
Roll call vote, please, Melissa.
Member Aguilar Medrano,
Yes.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
Member Mather.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Our next meeting is Tuesday, February 27th. I have one last motion to adjourn.
So moved. Aguilar Medrano seconds.
Roll call vote.
Member Beachside.
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
Member Mather.
Yes.
Member Aguilar Medrano.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.